I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Corporation Township of Puslinch on March 24th, 2021. We'll start with roll call. Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Balmer.
Here.
Councillor Goida.
Present.
And Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
Excellent. And we will have our moment of reflection. Okay, that concludes our moment of reflection. And Ms. Hoyt-Fox, can I get you to read the resolution for confirmation of the agenda?
Certainly. The council approves the March 24th, 2021 agenda and addendums as circulated, and that council approves the additions to the agenda as follows. Report ADM 2021-022, Nestle request to transfer site plan agreement.
Can I get a mover for that, please?
Moved.
Councillor Spoulos, seconder. I saw you blink, Councillor Goida, so does that count? Seconder, Councillor Goida. All right, all in favor, Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Balmer.
Favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
It's carried. Do we have any disclosure of pecuniary interest today?
I do.
Yes.
Councillor Balmer, I'll let you go first, just to give it a change.
Just one regarding the Heritage Registry report. I have a family member that owns one of the properties that's on that list.
Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Goida.
I have one for 6.14, which is the consent agenda item about capacity limits for restaurants. Although I can receive that report for information, I have a pecuniary interest in any discussion or decisions as my family operates a restaurant in the township. And similar to Councillor Balmer, the Heritage Register, one of the properties on that list is owned by my parents. So I'm not sure if it's possible to separate that particular property out and perhaps the same with Councillor Palmer, and I don't have a pecuniary interest in the rest of the report, just that particular property.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hoyt-Fox, do we have our delegation in the gallery already?
Yes, we do. He's in the attendee section.
Okay, we might as well move him in. It's a couple minutes early, but. Hello, Mike. Nice to meet you. All right. Well, when you're ready, you can start your delegation.
Sure. I'm just going to share the deck, or is Courtney going to be sharing the deck?
Whatever's easier between you two.
Yes, Mike, I can share the PowerPoint here. Just give me one moment.
Sure, that'd be helpful. I'll just say next slide when we need to change pages.
So, Mike, I don't know if staff has advised you, but all of council has seen your slide deck.
Okay.
So if you can keep it fairly high level, and we just don't need a word for word.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just the next slide, Courtney, please. So just 2 minutes on myself here. Mike Marcolongo. So I was raised in the township, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today. My family did move here in 1973, and the farm was annexed by the city of Guelph in '93. I am a co-founder of Protect Our Moraine Coalition, and we have organized around the Clare multi-secondary plan. And I understand the township has also raised concerns related to that development. It will bring between 16 and 25,000 residents to that area. and is the city's largest urban expansion. We've had a few, in terms of informing that process, we've had a few wins. One of them is that the staff recently did add 25 acres of additional parkland, as we did raise the issue that the current and previous plan did not meet the city's own official plan requirements. In terms of my background with Puss Lynch, I was also involved in the mid-90s with the Mill Creek Community Liaison Group, and so I'm certainly familiar with that the geography and that creek. And next slide, please. So I'm presenting you today because I did read the county's planning staff report, and yes, it is it is certainly a professional opinion, and I respect it. But I'm a little bit disappointed in terms of the orientation. It's a little bit too skeptical from my perspective, but I'm also not a planner, so I will full disclosure, I don't have a planning background. So what I did is I started looking at other regional and neighboring municipalities in terms of their opinion of the province's proposal. And what I'm doing here is just 3 examples of juxtaposing what other municipalities are saying about very similar issues. So the first one is the fact around in the report on page 8, there was an emphasis that there would be an elimination of the potential for rounding out as part of the MCR process, which you're familiar with. You look at the GRCA submission and their staff report, and there's an acknowledgement there that the MCR process is a long-term planning process, 5 years. Many municipalities are spending millions of dollars or a lot of money across the province on the MCR process. And so I would suggest that the GRCA is correct. The province is not going to be throwing out the baby with the bathwater in terms of that process. And there will obviously be some harmonization in terms of both the MCR process and any future planning exercises. Next slide, please. So here's another example of what I suggest is a glass half full. Secondary units are not permitted in the Greenbelt Natural Heritage System. And you can see that I've highlighted the wording, the policy 4.5 in the Greenbelt plan under existing uses. So secondary units are not allowed in the NHS, but as you know, they're allowed in other areas, and the NHS is probably 30% of the township. And the other thing is, in terms of the growth plan, that plan is silent on second units, but it's really informed by the provincial policy statement. So I just wanted to highlight that aspect. Next slide, please. And also related to the statement in the planning report on page 9, the potential to reduce the ability of farmers to get approvals for small scale development. I would suggest that, that again, the Greenbelt allows for surplus dwellings. It does provide direction on severances in prime ag, and it does support lots for the agricultural economy. And this is a language I took from the Brandt report, staff report. Next slide, please. So I guess my contention today is that maybe the Greenbelt proposal could be perceived as a glass half full as opposed to half empty. And maybe it could be seen as an opportunity to, for instance, stymie or restrict further annexations by the City of Guelph and the City of Cambridge into Puss Lynch Township. The staff report also did not highlight the kind of shifting and changing political climate right now. Bill 257, which did pass first reading, would amend the Planning Act to enable MZOs to no longer be consistent with the provincial policy statement, unless that is the lands are located within the Greenbelt. Now, in terms of what's a theoretical scenario for Puss Lynch here, I would suggest that if there was a hidden quarry type application, you know, a big player that wanted maybe to get their way in the township in terms of not having to abide by the BPS and the restrictions related to natural heritage systems, maybe there could be inconceivably a threat of an MZO in the case of Puslinch. I also, I'm not going to place too much emphasis here, but the Greenbelt does impose some additional requirements on ag extraction operations. And my last point here is, and if you go to the next slide, please, is the Greenbelt expansion in the county of Brant, for instance. You'll see it's in the orangey beige delineated area. It's really a small area of Brant County. Next slide, please. And again, here in Halton region, only represents about 1,200 acres outside of the natural heritage system. Next slide, please. But in the case of Puslinch, it will significantly impact your community and your township. It represents 1/3 or more than 1/3 of the entire Greenbelt expansion study area. Next slide, please. So I think there's maybe an opportunity here because the fact that it is 1/3 of the entire study area for this proposal, it puts you maybe in the driver's seat of saying, hey, you know, this will impact us disproportionate to other municipalities. Maybe we should be looking at what's in it for us. There are some drawbacks to the Greenbelt, and you know, it does create an additional layer of kind of provincial planning. It would require an OP update. There's a lot of misconceptions about the Greenbelt, and one example is that it's the province setting aside public lands for recreational purposes, right? So when you're driving up the 401, people see Greenbelt walks. And so there are a lot of misconceptions about the Greenbelt, and unfortunately, it does come with that stigma. But it's also an opportunity to retain Puslinch's rurality, the sense of place and identity. Maybe by looking at it in terms of the erosion of planning controls, maybe there's an opportunity there as well. And I would also argue that this government, particularly this government, listens to municipalities and the business community. So my presentation today is really about maybe there's an opportunity here for Puslinch to lead the conversation, as you know, you're well positioned to do so. And that's it from myself. Are there any questions?
Is the mayor still here?
I'm just looking. One moment.
Looks like he's offline.
Sorry, I dropped.
His connection just dropped and he's just connecting back in now.
There, am I back?
Yep.
I only dropped right at the end, so I heard 95% of that. Where is he? There he is. Mr. Marco Longo, I do share some of the concerns you've raised. I want to just remind council that we will be making or having a discussion around the Greenbelt later in the agenda. So if you have questions, I'd ask you respectfully to just keep them fairly brief until we can speak with staff later in the agenda. And I encourage you, Mike, to you know, remain in the gallery and see how that discussion evolves. Okay, Councillor Bailey.
Thanks, Mike, for coming today. I had actually watched a segment of the Brant webinar that happened, I guess, last week or something, and you were on there. So when I saw your name on this agenda. It was nice to recognize it. So I have no questions, but thanks for taking the time today to come forward. You brought up some really good points.
Thank you.
Councillor Balmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I connected?
Yes, you
Oh,
are.
perfect. Thank you, Mr. Marcolongo, and I appreciate that even though the annexation moved you out of the township, you have remained a friend of the township over time, and I'm reminded of the time when you donated the bell to the Badna Community Center for the schoolhouse there, which was a nice gesture. Anyway, thank you for your presentation. I'm really pleased you mentioned the impact of the change on Bill 257, I think you said it was, regarding MZOs. I do have one question. You mentioned that the GRCA's report, I can't remember if you said suggested or acknowledged that there'll be an opportunity for the municipalities to complete their comprehensive review of their official plan, which might allow settlements to be rounded out prior to the Greenbelt being put in place. I'm glad that the GRCA has that belief, but is there anything in the Greenbelt plan that would suggest that it's possible to do that as part of a, prior to the Greenbelt policy being applied?
Right. Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. To Councilor Bulmer. So that's right. So I've been spending a lot of time reading both the growth plan and the Greenbelt plan, and the Greenbelt plan under section 3.45, additional policy for settlement area expansion, does highlight a number of policies for facilitating and harmonizing that process. And I'll read you that policy. So it's 3.4.51 on page 35. Where a municipality has had initiated the consideration of a settlement area expansion prior to the date of this plan came into effect, such an expansion may be considered through the municipality's exercise to bring its official plan into conformity with this plan as described in the policies of section 5.3. So there's a recognition of the fact that there's ongoing studies, and obviously the MCR process is important, not just because it's looking at growth and future growth, but also because it's looking at where are the ag policies in the township, where's the natural heritage should be better refined, and so on. So I think that that policy speaks for itself in terms of the opportunity to harmonize the MCR with any growth plan decisions down the road.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Appreciate that.
Councillor Goida?
Thank you. I really appreciate you coming today and taking the time to present to us. You did bring up some very good points. I don't have any questions at this time, but I appreciate the effort that you put to put this presentation together.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Spoulos?
Yes, thank you for coming. I echo the sentiments of the other councillors. Your presentation is insightful into the issues surrounding the moraine. So thank you for coming. I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks again, Mr. Marcolongo. Great job, and yeah, I look forward to that conversation later this morning, or hopefully this morning, maybe later this afternoon. And I again encourage you to stick around to see it evolve.
Okay, I will do so. Thank you so much.
No problem. Ms. Whitefox, you have a resolution to receive that delegation?
Yes, that council receives a delegation by Mike Marcolongo regarding the planning committee report on the proposal to grow the Greenbelt for information.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please?
We'll move.
Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All in favor? Councillor Bailey?
In favor?
Councillor Bulmer?
In favor?
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos.
In favor?
And that's carried. Thanks again. All right, now we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Once we get that gentleman moved into the gallery. There we go. All right, I'll get Ms. Whitefox to read the resolution, and then we'll pull out the items that councillors feel warrant discussion. Ms. Whitefox?
That the consent agenda items listed for the March 24th council meeting be received for information.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spoulos, seconder. Councillor Goida. Okay, any items you want removed, Councillor Bailey?
My space bar is not working. None for me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Balmer?
Just the one from Conservation Hamilton, Hamilton Conservation regarding the amendment to the, or exemption from having their chair rotate. I want to have a discussion in terms of supporting that request.
6.2.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I should have put down the number.
No, it's quite fine. You're just making me do my job. Councillor Goida.
No, other than that, I have no other ones.
Okay. Councillor Spoulis.
6.1, same as Council Boomer, 6.2 and 6.12.
6.12. Okay. Awesome. All right. Councillor Spoulis, you're up. 6.1.
Yes, I'd like to refer to the minutes, item 10.2 specifically, the resolution dealing with meeting or discussing with the Gulf Railway, the issues raised by Mr. Taylor. I was wondering if I can get an update from the CEO on that.
Mr. Schwendinger.
Sure. The letter outlining the questions that we had was passed on to the city of Guelph and GJR, and we received a response back yesterday asking if we could set up a meeting to go through and discuss them. So they have reviewed our concerns, and we're in the process of setting up the discussion that we can have with them as per council's direction. So again, that response came yesterday, so we're still in the process of setting up when that meeting is going to take place.
Thank you.
Just a question on that, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Sure, absolutely.
So, Mr. CAO, would that include the issues that were already on our list to deal with regarding the railway, or is it just the most recent ones identified by Mr. Taylor?
The focus of this right now is on the approval and placement and use of the siding. So we're not getting into all of the details listed on all the communication to this point. We're just focusing on the main point right now of the placement and use of the siding. And then once we have that information, then we're going to follow up with the additional questions. But we're just focusing on the main topic right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions on that one? No. Councillor Spoulis, since I have you on the hook, I'll just get you to go to 6.12.
Oh, okay, 6.12. This is the Norfolk County requesting a buy on a carbon tax for primary agriculture producers. I think that's important that we support our farmers. Perhaps Councillor Matthew could comment on it, being one of our farmers in the area. Would this help you by having no need to pay for be taxed, carbon tax?
Well, we are, yes, it would, of course, it would shift the burden of that to somebody else. But yes, it would certainly help with the farmers, but it will also affect probably the price of fertilizer, because a lot of fertilizers are made from carbon-based sources as well. So it would have a broader impact beyond the fuel. We're fortunate enough now, we get an exemption for our fuel. We were allowed to use colored diesel, which is a big help. So yeah, I appreciate that. More, perhaps as a farmer, I should abstain from the vote on this. Perhaps I should have even abstained from the discussion, but I will certainly abstain from the vote. Perhaps I have a pecuniary interest in this matter.
Okay, so I would like to move a motion that we support the Norfolk County with respect to their request for exemption on carbon tax.
Can I get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Goida. All right. Discussion. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, my initial thoughts I jotted down here. I just said I really appreciate the extent that the Norfolk agricultural community has gone to improve the practices to reduce the carbon footprint in production. So it wasn't that they were just requesting an ask, but they put a lot of effort into already reducing the carbon footprint, which I think is a really, maybe that's sort of the incentive of having expensive cost. Anyway, so I support their ask for the carbon tax exemption, but I'm just wondering if this could kind of be a stipulation. So showing that you've already tried to reduce your carbon footprint efforts in order to be exempt. I'm just throwing that thought out there, but I am in support of the.
Okay, Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, I would be in support of that as well.
Okay, I'm in support of it. I don't know, Councillor Bailey, are you trying to give an amendment to Councillor Sapoulis's resolution, or was it just more for information?
I guess it was just a thought. Wondered. I mean, if all of agriculture community is getting the reduction, then what's the incentive to try to find more clean practices, I guess.
Yeah, Councillor Sapoulis, do you have any comment on that?
I'm okay to amend the motion to suggest that Township of Pussing supports Norfolk County's resolution on the basis that it's done a lot of work to reduce the carbon footprint.
Okay. Who seconded that? Was that Councillor Bailey? Camera's off.
Councillor Gord, I believe.
Councillor Goyda, you're still comfortable with that, seconding that? Okay, all in favor? Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, in favor.
Okay, Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Sapoulis?
In favor.
And that's carried. Councillor Balmer, 6.2.
Thank you very much. I think it's fairly self-evident in the request. I just wanted to get an update from staff. How we're going to facilitate supporting this request from conservation or Hamilton Conservation. And I also saw in some of the notes before the meeting that I saw a good suggestion that this may apply to more than just one of the CAs. And is there a way we can deal with this in one? Do we have to do it for each CA, or just do it, or can we do one blanket support for this idea? Since we are a part of 3 different watersheds and on 3 different CAs.
Mr. Schwendinger?
Sure. I had discussions with Halton Conservation just to confirm the proper procedure for this, and they did confirm that it would be best that we pass a resolution that we and then formally make application for the exemption. It's not just passing a resolution in support of. We should pass a resolution as council, and then we make our own application. And then the discussion then did go just to exactly what Councillor Bulmer just mentioned with regards to the 3 conservation authorities that we're a part of. MECP, they were not clear in their instructions regarding this when they made the amendments to the legislation, that if a municipality requests an exemption for this specific issue, do they have to do it jointly or on a case-by-case basis? So it's kind of at council discretion, which you feel is the better way to go. If you want to pass the one resolution and list all 3, or if you want to pass a resolution for all 3. But if we want the exemption, you're going to have to formally request it for each of the 3. So again, you can do that individually or through one motion. There's potential risks and benefits to both. If you put it for all 3 and then they turn down 1, then they're going to turn down 3, right? So maybe if you do the 3 individual, then you have, one decision on one isn't going to influence the other. That'd be one way to look at it, but your discretion.
Thank you. If I could, Mr. Chair, at this point we have a request from 1. I'd be comfortable to stick with doing it, proceeding with the 1, in part because our involvement with the GRCA, I believe we appoint a member of another municipality. We do it jointly with Guelph Aramasa, and it may be more complicated process in situations like that. Whereas with Hamilton, it's quite clear we appoint 1 member. It would be unfair in Hamilton for it to always go between us and so I'd be comfortable proposing that the resolution be just to support the request we received from Hamilton at this time.
Yeah, I agree with that, Councillor Bulmer. I'd rather do it individually, even though, you know, we would make the application for each of the CAs. I'd rather see it come as a report and then file it in. Ms. White Fox, do you have a resolution prepared for that already?
I do, yes.
Do you mind reading that, please?
That consent agenda item 6.2 listed for the March 24th, 2021 council meeting be received, and that the township oppose application to the Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks to request exceptions to maintain the current complement of citizen appointments on the Hamilton Conservation Authority Board.
Okay, I get a mover for that, please.
I'll move it.
Thanks, Councillor
Second.
Palmer, and seconded by Councillor Spillis. All right, discussion, Councillor Bailey.
No, I think going through this process one at a time makes the most sense. So I support that.
Okay, Councillor Balmer.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Goyda.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Spillis.
I'm good, thank you.
I'm good as well. So that's passed. Okay. So Ms. White Fox, because we had motions on 6.12 and 6.2, I don't believe we need secondary ones, correct? So we just, and 6.1 was just an update from the CAO. So we don't need a motion for that one.
I did pull out 6.11 for the discussion, so it may be good just to have a motion to receive it if we're going to exclude it from the main motion.
Okay. Can I get a motion or a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Thanks, Councillor Spillis, seconder.
I'll second.
Councillor Goyda, all in favor. Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Okay, Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Okay, Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
That's carried. And if Ms. White Fox, you could read the final resolution for the consent agenda items.
That consent agenda items with the exceptions of items 6.11, 6.2, and 6.12 listed for the March 24th, 2021 council meeting be received for information.
Okay, can I move it for that, please?
Sure.
Councillor Spillis, seconder. Councillor Bailey, all in favor. Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
And Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
That's carried. Public meetings, I see none. I believe we are on to reports. And I did, with council's indulgence, we have county staff in attendance and waiting patiently. I was hoping to go to 9.4 first, as long as they're ready, Ms. White Fox. 9.42.
Mhm.
And we'll go through the county, the next four. And Ms. White Fox, which page is that for council? 181?
Is page, yes, 181.
Okay. Is council comfortable with that so that we can get the county staff completed and then move back to the top?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the climate. So are we prepared, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, we have Ms. Karen Chisholm from the county, and I'm just going to move her over to panelists now.
Perfect. Thank you. Hello, Ms. Chisholm.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm just going to adjust my volume so that I can hear you properly now that I've re-entered the room.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And Courtney, were you going to do the slides or do you want me to share my screen?
I can share it for you, Karen, and I think it
thank
should be
you.
on your screen now.
Excellent. Thank you. So good morning. Thank you very much for having me today. I wanted to come to you to present the future focused climate change mitigation plan for the County of Wellington to your council and provide an opportunity for you to answer questions about this plan. The plan was endorsed by County Council on February 25th, and we're moving now into implementation. Advance the slides, please. So the County of Wellington is projected to see many climate-related changes in the future. Two of the most noticeable changes may be temperature and precipitation. Where temperatures may be most obvious is there's going to be an increase in average annual temperature and an increase in the number of days annually that are greater than 30 degrees Celsius. On the precipitation front, we'll see an increase in average annual precipitation, shorter return periods for extreme events, increased storm intensity, and increased freeze-thaw cycles. And these will have impacts in many of our sectors. Next slide, please. So these changes, these are just examples of how we may see some of the climate change impact some of the work that we do as municipalities. So in infrastructure, we may see more road washout and erosion from those heavy rains, increased insurance costs, power outages and service disruptions, road closures, and water main breaks. And on the agriculture side, we'll see expanded range of pests as the habitat becomes more suitable for pests that may be here, but are in controlled by our cold winters, or pests that are moving in from other areas. We may see a lower crop yield and increased erosion in farm fields. On the environment side, we've already seen ice damage to trees very recently, and the havoc that can cause. Increase in invasive species, which is a similar story to the expanded range in pests and agriculture. We can see the increased nutrients and sediment in our waterways, largely due to runoff, and an increase in algae in our streams. On the recreation side, it will be more expensive to operate ice rinks as the temperatures in the winter are more moderate. Decreased opportunity for outdoor skating, skiing, and ice fishing, and the low water during the summer drought. There's concern that it will be much lower in surface areas. The next slide, please. In 2019, County of Wellington was successful in acquiring a grant from Federation of Canadian Municipalities to undertake a climate change mitigation plan. And this mitigation plan follows the Federation of Canadian Municipalities 5 milestone framework. And the funding was set to cover the first 3 milestones. The first being an emissions inventory and forecast, the second setting a target for reduction, and the third is actually creating the recommendations to achieve that target. And these milestones 1, 2, and 3 were applied both to County of Wellington Corporation and the community. The vision for this plan is to integrate climate change into our decision-making by developing actions and policy to lead the community in the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. This will ensure the County of Wellington continues to deliver superior public service, resulting in healthy and safe communities within resilient, sustainable ecosystems now and in the future. And the next slide, please. Starting with the greenhouse gas inventory, we looked at greenhouse gas emissions from our buildings, transportation, solid waste, and agriculture. In buildings, we specifically looked at electricity, natural gas, propane, and fuel oil. Transportation, we're looking at gasoline and diesel. Solid waste, we're looking at methane production from the landfill as a result of the curbside collection and our corporate waste. Agriculture, we looked at enteric fermentation, manure management, soil management, and urea and liming application. Next slide, please. Today, we'll just focus on the community emissions. So this slide shows that the emissions inventory calculations resulted in 1.2 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent for the community. And these can be separated into sources from fossil fuels like buildings and transportation, your gasoline, your natural gas, that type of thing, and biogenic sources, agriculture and solid waste. And we decided to separate these because those biogenic sources actually have a second life opportunity where we create methane in agriculture. That methane can be trapped and used to as an energy source for in vehicles and heating, etc. So 1.2 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent is a big number, but we actually are just above the provincial per capita tons of CO2. So we're on par with the province. Our greatest areas of concern are natural gas from heating, gas and diesel from transportation, and the biogenic gases in agriculture. On the next slide, please. The plan was developed with quite a bit of engagement, and it's unfortunate that we had a lot of restrictions in place due to COVID, but we were able to get a significant amount of engagement with the community. We had really 4 main areas where we did an engagement. We had a steering advisory group, which included representatives from all of the municipalities, including Sarah Bailey from Puzzlinch. We also had a community advisory group, and this was comprised of representatives from a number of our community organizations, as well as some members at large. And we tried to get representation from across the county to get different perspectives from across the county. We also had a staff project team that was an internal team that helped guide primarily the corporate side of the project. And then we had some local industry contributors meeting with us and providing us guidance specifically on the technical side of the project. And then next slide, please. The target setting followed some of the recommendations and agreements set out by other organizations. The Government of Canada has signed on to the Paris Agreement at 30% reduction from 2005 levels by 2030, and Ontario has committed to that target as well. Canada over the long term is committed to a net zero emissions by 2050. Partners for Climate Protection is a program under the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. They recommend 6% reduction from the baseline year over 10 years. The target we've chosen for this mitigation plan is 6% between the year 2022 and 2030. So aligned with these objectives. Next slide, please. So the recommendations are in the report. They were in our council report in February, and will be, once the document is prettied up a bit, it will be posted on our website. But I wanted to give you some ideas of some of the big moves on the recommendations. Under transportation, the big move there will be a transition to electric vehicles. In buildings, we're looking at deep energy retrofits for existing homes and buildings, as well as green development standards for new buildings. Agriculture, we're looking to continue to partner with smart cities because we do have some common objectives there in these programs. As well as some of our other programs, we have the Green Legacy program and the Rural Water Quality program that we'll continue to implement and support. And then on the solid waste side, we are going to continue to implement the solid waste services strategy, which has also already made some great gains in reducing our emissions. And the next slide, please. I guess one opportunity I just want to revisit is the home energy retrofit program. This is something that I'm currently exploring in partnership with the city of Guelph and potentially broadening out from there. And that I think may be of particular interest to Puzzlinch, as we have a lot of housing stock that is older housing stock that we can retrofit to reduce our energy consumption in those buildings. So what this home retrofit program will look like is a way for more homeowners to engage in reducing their energy through HVAC replacement, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning replacement, building envelope upgrades, potential for solar panel installation, and things like that. So we're in the development phase on that right now, and hopefully we'll get that rolling over the next year. So that concludes my presentation today. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about the plan.
Perfect. Thank you, Karen. I'm glad to see in there that there wasn't a recommendation that I have to make my maple syrup with electric burners going forward, because I added to that CO2 in the last few weeks. But anyways, Councillor Ballmer's as guilty as I am. So anyhow, Councillor Bailey.
Hi, Karen. Thanks for coming and presenting. It's nice to see the plan getting pushed out now into the municipalities, and you've done a lot of work to get here. So just want to acknowledge that and thank you for that. You answered my one question. I just wanted to ask about sort of what the home retrofit program would look like. As you know, we don't have tons of new growth here in Puss Lynch. So a lot of the changes would have to happen to existing homes. So I think that would be a really important kind of initiative to happen here in Puss Lynch. I guess this question is more for staff. Just looking at the engagement list, I had noticed that the previous CBO was on there, and I just wondered if moving forward, if we will continue to be able to have a staff representation involved as the plan moves on.
Sure. Schwendinger?
Yes, that's going to be our objective.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ballmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon and welcome to Puss Lynch. I appreciate the presentation. This takes me back. I think it was maybe my first term on council just after Noah unloaded the Ark, when I was invited to speak as a municipal councillor to a group, the KELP group, the Community Environmental Leadership Program ran out of the local high school. And I had all, as usual, I had lots of answers for questions except for one. What am I doing at the municipal level to address climate change? Now, this was way back, probably 2001, 2002, maybe 2003. I think it was my first term on council. I was stymied. I didn't have a clue that there was anything that I could do at the municipal level to address anybody's concerns regarding climate change. So I appreciate the fact that now I have a plan in front of me I can point to. Even I can educate myself as to what I can do or what we can do. But I do have a couple of questions. One, I'm really pleased to see that you put urea on the list. I made a comment earlier about fertilizer and carbon. And it's not just, it's important to be there because it isn't just something that we use as farmers for crop production. It's also widely used for cosmetic purposes. It's one of the primary fertilizers for getting your grass to grow. And I think it's important people understand that, fertilizer is not carbon neutral. And so I appreciate that being on the list. How are you going to educate people about that beyond the agricultural community? I mean, I know I buy it by the ton, and maybe people in the town buy it by the bag, but other places like golf courses or even municipalities that need to apply some of this for their soccer fields and parks. What is the plan in terms of dealing with the impact of using things like urea?
Thank you for the question through you, Mayor Seeley. Yeah, the personal use of urea and fertilizers really wasn't included in the inventory. That being said, we have a recommendation in the plan to develop an engagement plan. And I think we need to look very closely at the audience for that engagement plan and what the items are that we're going to be talking to those people about, and where sort of the biggest bang for our buck is going to be with getting change to happen. Change, as I'm sure you know, it happens quickly and slowly all at the same time. And when it comes to behavior change, particularly, it does take quite a bit of time to get people out of the practices they're already doing and make those changes that we want them to move towards readily available to them. So so those are the types of things that we need to consider in this engagement plan. And I think coming out to the municipalities and seeing what your concerns are locally can help feed into that plan so we can really target the right people to do the right thing.
Good, because, when I said, the difference was maybe I buy it by the ton and people buy it by the bag, that's not always the case either. I recall, I typically buy 4.5 or 5 tons of fertilizer, to put on 30 or 40 acres of hay. But I have spoken to, there's at least one resident in the township I spoke to who is very proud of the fact he buys, I think, 1.2 tons of fertilizer to put on his 1 acre lawn. And so there needs to be, there's opportunities for education. So the other question I had, we talk about net zero, and net is always the difference between the plus and the minus. And I was glad you mentioned what the carbon production is. You said we were somewhere just above the provincial average. What are the offsets? Like, we've had the Green Legacy program going for years in terms of putting trees in the ground, and we've also, the county's had the Green Legacy building standard. Were those figures accounted for in that? Was that net carbon production that you mentioned there, or was that gross carbon production?
Through you, Mayor Seeley, the calculations were based on gross. So some of the struggles that we have with calculating the offset, as you had mentioned, is that there isn't a lot of agreement right now on how to calculate those offsets. So the federal government is looking at an offset program for agriculture, and we're all very keen to see the guidance they provide on the calculation side of things. I think there's a lot of opportunity in offset programs to stimulate more action, climate change action. It's essentially, it's like creating a new economy. So yeah, we're very keen on that, but right now there isn't an industry standard for calculating the offsets, which makes it very challenging.
Well, thank you for that, because I really would like to see the county getting some credit for the Green Legacy tree program that they have, because that certainly is sequestering a lot of carbon over the years, and will continue to do so well into the future. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Sure. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Muted. Thanks, Councillor Bulmer. Councillor Goyda.
Thanks. Yeah, just I'm first of all, I'm really glad to see that there is a plan being implemented. When you presented the examples of how the changes will be felt, it certainly highlights the need and the urgency to have a plan in place. So I think it's really great that this is underway. Just a quick question about the actions and the policy piece. Is that work already done, or is that in the progress, determining specific actions? And furthermore, how do you foresee those particular actions and pieces of policy being integrated specifically into, for instance, the township of Puslinch?
Through you, Mayor Seeley, the recommendations in the plan were endorsed by Council on February 25th. So now we're into implementation, and there are a couple of items that I've been slowly, I guess, exploring in the last couple of months as we transition into implementation, that being the home retrofit program. And there's also some work being done on a regional electric vehicle charging network that will go from the 401 up to Tobermory if it's successful. So yeah, in that way we've started some of these projects. When it comes to policy specifically, definitely on the corporate side, there's some policy items, some corporate policy items on purchasing and asset management that we'll be developing. On the land use side, there's the MCR process that needs to address climate change policy from the province. So there will be work on that. That hasn't yet happened. So it was a challenge to create this plan, knowing that the MCR is in development, but they're on two different timelines. So yeah, it's a little bit of a wait and see as some of these things come together a little bit more. As far as rolling out specific initiatives, I think the recommendations in the plan are quite broad, and they allow us some flexibility to tailor some of the programming to really focus on some of the local needs. So I was speaking to Councillor Bailey about EVs in Puzzlinch, and that, you know, the EV charging network, while it's important, may not be the most important thing for Puzzlinch, given your proximity to the 401 and the traffic patterns in and out of Puzzlinch. And so that might not be something that we want to focus the charging network on in Puzzlinch, but maybe EV adoption is really the focus item. So we can certainly work with the local municipalities to say, you know, let's put the emphasis here instead of here.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Spools.
Yes, thank you for coming. Very interesting topic and very apropos given the climate change we're all experiencing right now. I have several questions. First of all, the reduction from 2022 to 2030 of 6%. Have you figured out the percentage in which areas you want to tackle to achieve this?
Through Mayor Silly, you're looking at specifically what the percentage is in transportation and percentage agriculture for that reduction. Yeah, I don't have that information right in front of me, but so what we've looked at is the potential opportunity for reduction. Some areas are going to be more challenging than others. So in transportation right now, the solutions that we have available to us is electric vehicles for light duty vehicles as a replacement. We don't have a solution yet for diesel. And so our focus will be on light duty in the short term, and that the reductions that we're looking at from transportation are really heavily weighted towards that light duty vehicles because of that opportunity. And the similar case with buildings is we have a greater opportunity for reduction in existing homes than in new homes. So focusing on a retrofit program first, and then looking at a green development standard for new homes is the approach that we're going to take, and try to get traction on the retrofit program because of that larger opportunity.
Okay, so you're 2 steps ahead of me. I was going to ask you about the retrofit program. In terms of all the residents, I'm sure want to do their bit to contribute to reducing the CO2 emissions. When do you think you'll have something coming forward as a way of information to residents of what they can do and what grants they can apply for to help offset the cost to start reducing these emissions?
Through you, Mayor Seeley, so right now I'm really working with Our Energy Guelph to develop this program, and the approach we're taking is to look at the entire supply and delivery chain for a retrofit program. So we want to talk to Conestoga College about ensuring that our contractors are educated and skilled for deep energy retrofits and the work that is going to need to take place for that. And we want to talk to our contractors, we want to talk to HVAC technicians, and of course we want to talk to the homeowners and put all the pieces together to make a program that is going to resonate with and you know, drive the success of adoption of that program. We're also we'll be looking for those incentives that you mentioned, grants and funding programs to help homeowners achieve their energy retrofit goals. So it is a bit of a puzzle. We are hoping to bring a lot of those industry leaders together, local leaders together, to really figure out in our area, how are we functioning, what are the gaps, and what's needed to really kind of lay out the best program for residents.
Okay, and the last question is regarding to new buildings, new homes type of thing. Is there a move to provide minimum standards over and above the building code to ensure that we maximize or minimize the CO2 emissions?
Yes, through you, Mayor Sealy. So the current Ontario Building Code is a great improvement on energy use from the previous code. I believe it's about 15% more efficient built into the current building code. And our CBOs have told me that they anticipate the building code to be moving towards net zero by 2030. So when we're looking at new buildings right now, it really is how do we help the building community transition to that net zero by 2030 that everyone is expecting from the building code at that point. And there's a number of ways we can do that. And there's quite a few municipalities that are tackling this. And this is something that we also want to do in partnership with neighboring regions, because we do have the same contractors, the same builders. So we want to make sure that there's consistency there for them, so they're not playing by different rules every time they jump to a different jurisdiction. So those are the things we want to keep in mind as we develop some programming around new home energy efficiency. But right now, because it's beyond the building code, it's voluntary for builders. So we need to figure out a way to get them engaged and wanting to go beyond the building code. And that's the kind of work that we have set out for us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Chisholm. It's great work. And I'll try to maybe put less taps in my trees and burn less fossil fuels. So you make me feel guilty, but no, it's great work. This is pretty high level, but I'm just curious. My brain's kind of going. And has anybody looked at the agriculture and the construction industry for their equipment? Like I know vehicles, they're equipped with pollution controls, and I think they use urea to reduce their emissions. And our solid waste committee last year approved buying compressed natural gas trucks to reduce CO2. And I know this is way beyond our scope, but have you heard of any indication that the government may be asking the construction manufacturers for that equipment to be in line with regular transportation emission controls?
Yes, my understanding is the technology is being developed right now. So there is some technology around hydrogen retrofit to heavy equipment, and it's something that corporately will be very interested in, because most of our emissions are from our heavy equipment and diesel. So but the technology is not quite there yet. So hydrogen is one answer. They're also looking at solar, as well as compressed natural gas. And talking to Enbridge, they don't have a conversion for some of the heavy equipment at this point. I think they have some solar tractors and some compressed natural gas tractors, but for the heavy equipment, the dozers and whatnot, it's not quite there yet. So yeah, so we're waiting for that technology to develop so that we can kind of pilot those and see if it's going to be a good solution for us.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Whitefox, you have a resolution, please?
The County of Wellington Climate Change Mitigation Plan presentation be received for information.
Thank you. Can I get a mover, please?
Move.
Councillor Spoulos, seconder. Councillor Balmer?
Okay.
Awesome. All in favor? Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Thank you. All right, Karen, enjoy the rest of your day.
Great. Thank you so much.
And Ms. Whitefox, I believe Ms. Ferris is up next.
Yes, she is. I'll just move her over now.
Thank you. Yes. Hello.
Hello, members of council, Mayor Sealy. Thank you
Nice
for
to
having me.
You're welcome. Nice to see you, and you can start whenever you're comfortable.
Perfect. So I'll just give a bit of an overview about the report that's in front of council here today regarding a holding removal proposal. So the township has received a request to remove a somewhat old holding provision that's on a property. And this application has been submitted by Cox Construction Limited. And the property is known municipally as 6711 Laird Road. And I believe this is the existing pit known as the Love Pit. So just a bit of history to kind of overview. So this property was rezoned in 1997 to allow the extractive use. And at that time, a holding provision was imposed. And the holding provision was imposed, as you've seen in my report, on a portion of the property, which is known as the Snyder Woodlot. So the intent of this holding provision covers about this woodlot area, which is about 5 hectares in area, with the intent that it would delay extraction within this woodlot area for about 15 years until a replacement woodlot could be established elsewhere on the property. So since that time, a replacement woodlot has been established on site. So this application has then been submitted and received and reviewed by the township's consultants, most importantly being GWS Ecological and Forestry Services Incorporated. So they have identified in their professional opinion that this replacement woodlot meets the intent of the holding provision that was placed back in 1997. So they are in support of this holding provision being removed from this portion of the site to now allow extraction to occur on this property. So really the intent of this report here today is to highlight that the overview and summary of this site, what's being requested, and it includes also a bylaw to amend the township's zoning bylaw to remove this holding provision. So that's what's being considered here in front of council today. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Megan, for coming today. So just to clarify, the intent of the original holding was just to delay extraction, but was there any other, did anything else come out of the holding provision that wasn't the intent?
So through you, the chair, the holding provision actually is the provisions of it are actually written in the township zoning bylaw. And it refers to specifically identifying and developing this replacement woodlot. So that's the focus of the holding provision. That's the reason why there was this delay to allow extraction. So that's the focus of the holding provision.
So if I may, Councillor Bailey, are you wondering if the holding provision wasn't just for replacement of the woodlot? You're concerned with there was maybe some other components? Is that?
I guess I'm just wondering if this holding provision is removed, is there a type of floodgate that opens that is not part of the intent?
So
like an
through the chair,
expansion, yeah.
So through the chair, my understanding that this site is already licensed. So it's always intended to be extracted here. It's just the extraction has been delayed. So I don't necessarily, from my perspective, I don't necessarily see a floodgate. We're just kind of going through, in some ways, an administrative process just to now remove this holding because the requirements of this holding have been, I guess in my opinion and DWS's opinion, been satisfactorily addressed.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bulmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions, but I would like to thank Ms. Ferris for bringing forward an issue that predates my time on council. It makes me feel young and frisky today, so I appreciate that. And no concerns.
There's plenty of time to feel old for the rest of the meeting, Councillor.
That's right, I know.
Councillor Goyda?
I have no questions. Thank you very much.
Councillor Spoulos?
I'm good. Thank you very much.
And I am good as well. It's a success story. Seems like we replaced a woodlot around looks like a stream or something. So this is excellent. This appreciate the report. Megan.
Thank
And can I get, Mrs. Hoy Fox, can you read the resolution for that one, please?
Certainly. That the county planning recommendation report, Cox Construction holding provision be received and that council give 3 readings to bylaw 2021-022, being a bylaw to amend the township zoning bylaw as amended.
All right, can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spillis, seconder. Councillor Guda.
Sure.
Sure. All in favor? Councillor Bailey.
Yep, in favor.
Councillor Palmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor
In
Spillis.
favor.
And that's carried. And your next report, Mrs. Ferris.
Thank you. So next report and final item for me on this agenda. So it's related to an application that I'm sure council is familiar with because I've been in front of this council a couple times now in relation to a county official plan and a township zoning bylaw amendment for a site known as 7660 Mulvey Road East, which is the site of the Victoria Park Valley Golf Club. So just a little, like kind of a little refresher, as you know, the applicants have submitted an application to amend the county's official plan for a portion of the property, about 2 acres in size. And they've also submitted a related zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone that 2 acre portion to about to an agricultural zone. As currently right now, or when the application was submitted, the proposal or the site is designated and zoned for a golf course. So since that time, the county council has approved and then has approved the official plan amendment. So we can now move forward with, so the policies, technically the policy side of things has now been addressed. So we can now move forward with the local level application, which is the zoning bylaw amendment, which is being considered here today. So really, I have included a bylaw for council's consideration to amend a portion of the site in terms of the zoning to reflect this particular proposal. I know in my previous recommendation report that I had presented to Township Council back in January of this year, I had done kind of my overall overview of the proposal, both the official plan and the zoning, and provided a recommendation that I was satisfied that the proposal was consistent with provincial policies. So the PPS, the provincial growth plan, maintain the intent and purpose of the county official plan and the zoning bylaw. So really this bylaw here today is just implementing the zoning side of this whole application process. And I believe there's 2 items that I had alluded to in my previous January report that I needed to conclude on. The one being whether MDS setbacks were required and if relief was necessary. I've concluded that I've done MDS calculations for a barn that's across the road, and I'm satisfied that they can meet the required setbacks. So MDS is no longer a concern. And then I also had brought up a commentary about whether or not the site plan might need to be amended. And that was purely related to the orientation of the closest hole in terms of when you're teeing off at this hole and going to the next hole, would that project into the proposed lot? So overall, the applicant has provided a letter saying that based on the overall design of the site, that won't be a concern. But they do propose to incorporate some trees on the golf course in the future, just in case if there's any stray balls that would end up into their new lot. So that's kind of the conclusion of this report. I've proposed the amending bylaw here that I'm recommending that council approve, and that's what we're considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Balmer.
And no questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Goida.
No questions. Thank you.
Councillor Spillis.
I'm good, thank you very much.
All right, that's carried. That was an easy one. Thank you, Megan. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. All right, Mrs. White Fox, we have a resolution, please.
That the county planning recommendation report Deodora zoning bylaw be received and that council give 3 readings to bylaw 2021-021, being a bylaw to amend the township zoning bylaw as amended.
Okay, can I get a mover for that, please?
Sure.
Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All in favor? Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, in favor.
Councillor Palmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
And that's carried. And then we'll wait for Mr. Salas and do the green belt. There he is. Aldo, nice to see you.
Good morning, Your Worship. Can you hear me?
Oh, I love hearing you say that. You got to say that more often.
Members of council, good morning.
Aldo and I have a great relationship of joking around. So anyways, the floor is yours. I'll leave you alone.
First, I'll say Sarah sends her regrets. Sarah, the manager of policy. However, I'm here, so I'm happy to assist council as they consider this proposal by the government. Maybe what I'll do, Your Worship, is just provide a bit of an overview and then really just open it up for council's questions if there are any. On February 17th, the government posted a notice on the Environmental Registry of Ontario with the seeking consultation and input from stakeholders, municipalities, the public on the proposal to extend or to expand the size of the Greenbelt. This initiative began probably in about 2015, and then again in 2018. In this particular go around, they've only dealing with, in particular, the Periscott Moraine and urban river valleys. So previous iterations were much larger in terms of the features that were being considered. What the government is asking in this particular proposal is essentially 6 questions that they outlined in their notice. Things that they do not want to hear back on are any requests for the removal or reduction in the size of the Greenbelt. They're not going to be considering any policy changes. And the focus again is on 2 main areas, one being the Periscott Moraine and then urban river valleys. And the urban river valleys are essentially within urban areas that don't necessarily apply to the township, but they're there. The deadline for submission of comments is April the 19th. And staff, as you know, Your Worship, we provided a report to Planning Committee on the 11th of March, which will eventually get to County Council. I'm just going to focus a little bit on the Periscott Moraine because it's the main ecological feature that the ministry is focusing on. And as it relates to the township, as you know, this is a very significant ecological feature within the region, not just the township. They identified a study area for the Periscott Moraine. It encompasses, with respect to the township, 15,000 hectares in area, and that's about 37,000 acres. So it is a very significant area that it covers. And the landscape that it does occupy pretty much is the municipality. So farmland, small settlement areas, with larger settlement areas, including Aberfoyle and Arkell, and many, many natural features. What our report addressed are essentially the sort of the policy framework that currently exists and has been developed over the years as it relates to the county and in particular the township. Both the legislation that the government is enacted, provincial plans and policies, the county policies, which have evolved over the years, and even the work from the conservation authorities, in particular source protection policies and initiatives. I want to reiterate that the county historically, and including the township, has recognized the importance of the Periscott Moraine. We've identified specific policies in the county plan, as we outlined in the report, that deals with the moraine and the important functions of the moraine. And in our report, under section on the appendices, appendices C, there's a number of initiatives and programs and policies that we articulate as it relates specifically to the protection of the moraine. However, we also highlighted under section 4 some concerns related to the potential impacts of the expansion of the Greenbelt on the southern part of the county. And there are a few that are critical in terms of both in terms of the agricultural areas and other land users within the municipality. We also highlighted some of the concerns related to the current municipal comprehensive review, which we've been undertaking, and how this has created some concerns related to completing the work in a timely way. We are required to complete the MCR and submit it to the government by this time next year. So there's a lot of work to be done, and we're uncertain as to how this particular proposal might impact on the timing of us completing that work. I think I'll stop with those comments. Again, I wanted to, for council's benefit, the deadline for submission of comments is April 19th. It's an opportunity for the town to provide and address any concerns that they may have specific to the municipality, whether they're concerns or support. And I'm happy to respond to any particular questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Aldo. Councillor Bailey.
Great. I guess I'm just looking for a little clarity on what is being asked today. This report will be submitted from the county eventually if it gets adopted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, sorry, Your Worship. Is that a question for me to respond to?
I wasn't sure.
Okay.
I'll let you.
Whoever knows the answer.
Well, I'll provide my. I think I want to make it clear that we had recommended that we circulate our report to the member municipalities in the county because COs have asked us, what's planning staff's position or what are your comments related to this proposal? And we indicated we're preparing a report for county council and we'll circulate that to the member municipalities. We don't expect any endorsement by member municipalities in terms of our report, if that's the question the councillor is asking. It's providing a bit of a context in terms of what staff concerns are. And that's essentially it. It's just a reference document for the municipalities. They can endorse by all means, or I think more importantly, the government wants to hear from the communities themselves in terms of what they believe are of concern to them.
So I'll add to that, Councillor Bailey. Due to the government moving the March break into April break, we do not, to my understanding, have a council meeting scheduled prior to the deadline for comments. So this is the county's high-level comments, and I believe today we will be discussing if we want to add our own comments at the local level and submitting our comments to the government today, or hopefully today. Does that help?
Yes, I think so. Well, I guess I have a question then. In conclusion, the 8.0, I just underlined how the comment is there is no major growth anticipated in the study area that warrants Greenbelt plan protection. And so I've written in, isn't this a good proactive approach then? And I'm wondering what your comments are on that.
Proactive in terms of the
Protecting the
right to
lands.
Right. Well, I guess I think our position was we're trying to understand the rationale for the extension of the Greenbelt because there isn't, as far as we know, the same level of development pressures on the Periscott Moraine as there was with respect to what happened in the early 2000s relative to the northern part of York region and Durham region, and the concerns related to the loss of the important Oakridge Moraine. Those areas were expanding at an incredible rate, but with respect to the Periscott Moraine, significantly smaller in size, of course. We don't see the pressures that are here in Wellington County. The city of Guelph has already indicated that at least until 2051, they see that their current urban boundaries do not need to be extended. So I think that's a reflection of, what is what we're seeing in terms of potential for growth. Certainly, if you look at the extent of the natural features in the township, the small scale developments that occur, we don't see the pressure on the moraine as other jurisdictions might in terms of the features that are in those areas, in their areas. So that's really what that comment's about.
Okay, I think I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Councillor Balmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Salas. I haven't spoken to you for quite a while. It's nice to hear your voice again. It's interesting. I don't know if you heard Mr. Marcolongo's comment that, the township represents about 30% of the study area. And I got to say, that was an interesting point, because it isn't often where we have that big a seat at any table or that many chairs at any table. So it's an interesting position for the township to be in, talking about the Greenbelt. But I do have a few questions about some of the policies that are maybe of most concern to the township. One has to do with second units. We recognize from your report that second units, both in existing residential or in accessory buildings, are permitted within the Greenbelt, but only outside the natural heritage system, which makes it pretty important that the natural heritage system mapping is accurate to understand what that actual impact might be. I know we're currently, as part of the MCR, you're refining the agricultural system mapping. Does the MCR process also include refining the natural heritage system mapping?
Your worship, through you, yes. Part of the MCR will include our ability to deal with, well, I should clarify, there are essentially two natural heritage systems. The Greenbelt Plan has its own natural heritage system and its own methodology to create its natural heritage system. The government released, as part of the growth plan, broader natural heritage system, and you've probably seen that in a year or so ago.
Yeah.
So we have the ability to address, to refine as best as we can with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, that natural heritage system. It's unclear in terms of the meshing of the two systems. So I'm going to assume that we're only dealing with the natural heritage system that relates to the growth plan, and that we don't have the opportunity, we don't believe that it's still unknown, of how do we deal with the natural heritage system currently in the Greenbelt Plan.
So, but we've already invested time and effort into that refining of the natural heritage system mapping, or not?
We've tried. Let me just phrase it that way. We are and continue to try to work with the ministries to move that process along.
Okay, so this seems like it's an outstanding. It's hard to know what the impact of this is because we don't know. It's an unknown right now. It's okay.
Yeah,
So
well,
similar.
Sorry, Your Worship, to Councillor Balmer, we did express concerns with respect to the natural heritage system that was released through the growth plan, and you will recall this, the extent of the coverage across the entire, at least across the southern part of the county. We had completed our own natural heritage system together with our 6 conservation authorities. And we're concerned about the broad extent of what the ministry did across pretty much across the southern part of the province. So we did raise concerns, but that's been a few years now that we haven't been able to move on that particular matter. We hope to, but again, it goes back to whether we have the ability to address the natural heritage system currently enshrined within the Greenbelt Plan, because we don't believe that's something that the government is looking at doing based on what they've drafted in their proposal with respect to this particular consultation.
But if we were able to, if we were able to do the alternate and we were able to and adopt the mapping that was produced with all the conservation authorities, then the concern would be reduced. We'd have more ground truthing done regarding the natural heritage system, and we're sort of be more in line with how we already understand it.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, I get it. So it'd be similar with the consent issue regarding consents. That seems to be related not just to the natural heritage system, but to the agricultural system, which also had some significant problems with the provincial mapping. And again, that's part of the MCR, that mapping is being ground truthed or tested or something.
Refined is probably a good way of describing the process. Refined. We will eventually, as you may recall, Councillor Bellman, that there are a large number of areas in the township that are deemed candidate areas. So we will need to have to address that. There are prime agricultural areas, but there are also candidate areas, and we'll need to resolve how that is handled moving forward. But your point is, I would agree, yes, there is an opportunity. Keeping in mind, however, that within the Greenbelt plan, consents, while permitted to a certain degree in certain areas, it's limited. It's not to the same extent as what the current policies are in the county plan as they apply. So there are some limitations, and in particular, it's the in a good way. There are significant restrictions in terms of proximity to natural features and those areas. So while permitted, they are controlled and,
Right.
and limited.
But as you said, we have to have the new official plan updated by this time next year, and it'll be based on if we don't get the heritage system mapping fixed and we don't get the agricultural system mapping fixed, the difference between the two at that point would be, based on the mapping we saw, either way, whether it's the Greenbelt or the mapping that's going to come into place next year, it's going to get tighter for both, for the consents.
I would agree, yes.
Yeah, okay. Just on a timing issue now, if we're talking about this OP having to be done next year, this time next year, are there any plans between now and then for public participation in ground truthing either of those mapping systems?
Your worship, Councillor Ballmer, are you referring to the MCR process that we've engaged?
Yeah, through the MCR process. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, there will be public engagement as part of the policy development. We are there have been a number of policy initiatives at the provincial level that have slowed down our expectation to complete what the province requires us to complete by July of next year.
Right.
As you know, we don't have the luxury of a large policy division. So we are working and also I should indicate that the consultants, there are a few consultants that do this work specifically, and I'm referring to the growth side of the growth plan. So the land needs assessment and the assessment of supply and demand. So we are working hard to get that aspect of the municipal comprehensive review completed. There are a number of elements that are involved in a municipal comprehensive review to conform with the growth plan. We hope to get as much as we can between now and next spring. I can't tell you when the engagement with respect to the natural heritage system or the agricultural system will take place.
Right.
It will happen. I just can't tell you when that will happen.
Well, it certainly looks like it's the mapping, whichever way we go, whether it's Greenbelt or non-Greenbelt, that's going to be that's where the real chestnut, it's going to be tough to crack for this. One other question specific to the Greenbelt policy is the definition of existing. They use that term a lot in the Greenbelt plan, and in terms of, and I think often, although it became active in 2005, you and I think it was Patches or sorry, Mr. Powley who coined the phrase policy tsunami back during that time. But I think they backdated the existing to 2004 in the plan. Have you heard anything regarding the expansion area that the existing definition of existing would be applied to the date of the expansion, or will it be the date of the initial plan?
Your worship, that's an excellent question, and we haven't got to that level of detail. We haven't heard that, but that is a very good message to the government with respect to this. Is how do we address those areas within the township? And there are a number of employment and commercial activities within the township that are sort of site specific in nature and may be caught by the broad sweeping of the extension of the greenbelt through those areas. So we haven't got to that level of detail. We don't raise that in our report specifically, but it's an excellent comment. I would recommend that the township pursue that further. We can, at a staff level, when we do, hopefully, at some point, have the opportunity to engage with ministry staff on a one-to-one. But that is an excellent point. I can say that existing in the definition of the Greenbelt Plan speaks to what is in force at the time when the plan was being considered and approved by the government, which is 2004.
That's right. Yeah.
So I'm taking notes.
Okay. Well, I guess my final point would be on. I'm glad you mentioned the Oak Ridges Moraine. I had that listed in my report in terms of, I've been on both sides of this issue. Back at in the day, it was post Walkerton. It was as you mentioned, it was, during the heat, just post the Oak Ridges Moraine Protection Plan, and there was concerns about sprawl across the countryside, and even the county plan wasn't as strong as it is today, and so I must admit I was very proud to be part of pulling the Greenbelt into the township, but since then the county plan has evolved and it got lots of protections for the moraine and natural heritage features. And even provincial policy has developed to provide more protection for the natural environment. But we did see recently that when the province did move to remove protections for natural heritage systems from the provincial policy statement, or in the Area Resources Act, or Place to Grow, wherever they were trying to do it, this municipality did object to those changes because we believed in the protection that was not only that we provided locally at the county or township level, but also that the province was providing to the PPS. And sort of in keeping with understanding that we had those protections provincially and locally, the last time the province proposed to expand the Greenbelt, there didn't seem to be a significant difference, as you pointed out in your report, between being in and being outside the Greenbelt. The significant difference now appears to be the Bill 257, which Mr. Macarlongo mentioned. I think it was also the Brant County report mentioned it. And it kind of, to me, changes the landscape. It undermines the argument that there's no difference being inside or outside the Greenbelt. With this proposal by the province to exempt ministerial zoning orders outside the Greenbelt from other provincial policy, it means that if we want to maintain even the most basic protections for the natural heritage systems here in the township, being inside the Greenbelt now means something, because being outside the Greenbelt, a ministerial zoning order doesn't need to stay out, doesn't get the protection that the PPS provides to a natural heritage feature. And this time it's not just for aggregate, but it'd be for any development. So unlike last time, I see that there is a difference between being within or without the green belt. And I would be concerned that we just simply said, we don't need it. Even when we were asked last time, there was an acknowledgement that we needed to include some comments that if it were to move ahead, these are our concerns that we'd like to see addressed when it moves ahead. I mean, personally, I think right now, as long as Bill 257 remains on the table and that they're proposing those amendments, I think we should be in the green belt. But in addition to that, you know, I think we need to repeat our ask from last time regarding, you know, maybe some exclusion areas of employment lands, but around the highways that maybe we can address in our MCR. I'd like to see the opportunity to complete our MCR. And then incorporating the green belt would be then part of completing that exercise. So that deadline could be extended to allow for the incorporation of green belt policies. That way we can also be allowed, hopefully, I'd like to request that we get a chance to refine that mapping. Ground truthing that mapping, I think, is most important. I mean, Mr. Marcolongo also mentioned about misconceptions about the green belt. And one of my biggest concerns when I saw that mapping and or the errors of the mapping and which would only be exasperated by building them into the green belt if we're protecting things for the wrong reasons. I have no issue protecting prime agricultural land that is prime agricultural land. I have no issues protecting natural heritage features that are natural heritage features, but the mapping that we have now is protecting some things for the wrong reasons. And that undermines the credibility of whatever we do. So I guess my suggestion would be that if we're going to make a statement, we need to include the things we'd like to see addressed if the green belt does proceed. And as you mentioned earlier, which would include the definitions around existing and things like that. So that's the end of my long speech for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bulmer. Councillor Goyda.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Aldo, and also to Sarah for putting this report together for us to consider today. I found it to be really helpful in digesting all this information. I don't particularly have questions specifically, but I do have some comments. I personally have been rolling this ERO proposal in my head constantly for a couple of weeks now and trying to analyze it from every angle. And you know, I think it's because I feel that this is a really important moment in time in regards to future planning, and specifically as it relates to here in Pleslanch. And I fully recognize and agree that there needs to be protections in place, and specifically as it relates to this significant ecological feature. But I am also concerned that green belting such a huge percentage of the township has the potential to have some drastic effects on the sustainability of the township long term. And Pleslanch as you know, doesn't get a huge amount of growth because of the lack of municipal services. And so it is mostly through severances. And you're doing the work right now. It's taking place right now through the county as part of the municipal comprehensive review to analyze those severances and how many can be achieved and whether we come up short. And in that sense, potentially direct to settlement areas. But if the Greenbelt explicitly does not permit expansion of hamlets as part of the study area, we're really just getting backed into a corner in terms of any type of growth. But I guess my concern is we don't know what that looks like yet because the work is still being done. And as Councillor Bulmer alluded to, it begs the question as to how this proposal affects the progress on the OP planning and the MCR that's currently underway and all that work that's already been done. So that being said, I agree that perhaps we don't outright say we don't want it here, but I do think it's important that the MCR process and the approval of the official plan should be completed prior to considering an expansion of the Greenbelt. And I would propose that in addition to, you know, many of the comments that Councillor Bulmer made, that be, you know, form part of our comments, that this process be allowed to be completed before any of those decisions as to what should be in and what should be out are decided. And that's just my take on sort of from a not being a planner, but just a high level perspective of what my thoughts are. And I don't know if perhaps Aldo, if you could comment as to if I'm thinking through this correctly, or if maybe I'm right off the rails. I'm not sure.
Your worship, through Councillor Goyda, this is exactly what the Conservation Authority has indicated in their staff report to their board as well, is the idea that to allow municipalities to complete the work that they've started, in some cases almost completed, as it relates to conformity with the growth plan and addressing their land needs, expansions if necessary, and the other aspects of their plan review. So I agree.
Yep.
Okay, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spose?
Yes, I'm going to be very blunt. I don't think we should be supporting the Greenbelt expansion. It's really going to severely compromise our ability to sustain ourselves in the future. The report prepared by the county planning staff goes into a lot of reasons why it doesn't make sense. And to me, why it doesn't make sense the most is we already have, through the county, all the necessary measures in place, and there's existing legislation in place to protect all the natural features that we have in our township. We rely on groundwater. So does the city of Guelph rely on groundwater. And there's no way the county or we would allow any industry that would jeopardize that groundwater. In terms of natural features, you look at the conditions that are imposed on settlements with respect to protection of trees. You look at the conditions posed by the Grand River Conservation Authority with respect to distance from wetlands. It's all there. It's there. I really am concerned that we support the Greenbelt plan. All that's going to happen is some bureaucrats in Toronto will basically say, "Yep, they're on board. So let's put forward the Greenbelt plan, and one size fits all." And that's not the way it works, as you know. We have our own little microcosmopolitan, a small community which treats the environment fairly, which looks at issues that surround the environmental impacts that anything does. So I really, really do not want to support this. This is really bureaucracy at its finest to impose the will of some well-to-do minded people in the province that one size fits all. So I proposed a motion. I don't know at what time you want to go through the motion, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure you have your own comments, but certainly.
Councillor Spose, could I just make a few comments and then I'll just circle back with you to your resolution?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I've written down essentially what the councillors have discussed. So I feel that, we can't support this Greenbelt expansion, but if they were to put it in place, the conditions that I feel need to be in there would be the completion of the MCR, as Councillor Goyda mentioned, future development lands around provincial highways. As we know, there's proposed Highway 6 bypass that would maybe give some opportunity for some employment lands. If the Greenbelt goes in, we need to be able to have that auxiliary unit, secondary units in the Greenbelt. There's a real desire to age in place and to have your parents live with you. And if that is taken away from us, that's a huge detriment to this community. Also, the rounding out of settlements or hamlet areas, although I know there's different designations, but essentially where our urban centers are, that still needs to be permitted. And also, if this greenbelt goes forward, I want a commitment to a prohibition below water table extraction. If this greenbelt is about protecting the Paris Gulf moraine and the birds and the bees and the deer, then I don't feel that there's a fit for below the water table extraction. So that's my comments, and I'll just turn it back over to Councillor Spools for his resolution.
Okay. I'm open to suggestions such as you and Council Burmer are suggesting that, and Council Gordon, of course, that in the event that they proceed, these are the conditions we want met. That makes sense. I can go along with that. So I'll read what I've put forward. Whereas the province has requested input through ERO 19316 on the proposal to expand the Greenbelt, whereas the county has provided a report entitled Comments on the government proposal to grow the Greenbelt and includes the statement. It is our view that adequate provincial legislation and regulatory measures are in place in Wellington to protect the natural heritage features and functions, including moraines, within and beyond the Greenbelt. And I go on to say, whereas 23% of the township of Puslinch is within the Greenbelt, that's already there. And whereas the proposed expansion of the Greenbelt in the township of Puslinch will place an additional 70% of its area into the Greenbelt. So we're going to be over 90% Greenbelt. And then I took the liberty of suggesting that whereas the township of Puslinch Council believes that if the proposed Greenbelt expansion plan is implemented, the economic growth in the township will be severely curtailed with a consequence of impacting the township's sustainability. I go on to say, as be resolved, the township of Puslinch supports entirely the county planning report. And then the request of province to not consider expansion of the Greenbelt in the township of Puslinch, and just be forwarded to MPP Ted Arnott for his support.
Okay, can I get a mover for that? Well, can I get a seconder? Am I muted? No. Can I get a seconder for that, please? Somebody raise their hand. Nobody? Oh, Councillor, go ahead. Oh, good. All right, discussion. Councillor Bailey.
I'm just wondering if I can add on to your comments and add on to your list that you've alluded to there.
Absolutely.
Okay. We had received a note from Mr. McNee. I think we all received that through email, and I appreciated the comments that he'd made, and in particular in regards to the value of the agriculture lands and how much value it brings to the broader community, and sort of how it results in a loss to our local community. So I'm just wondering if we can also add to, if a Greenbelt were to be established, the bringing in a need for financial recognition through some sort of property tax support. And I know we've talked about it before, but emphasizing that that need.
Let me write this down. Mr. Schwendinger, you have a comment?
Yeah, just based on the complexity of the motion, what I'd suggest is maybe Ms. Whitefox could put the wording up, share the screen so everyone can see that and see the revisions that we're making. That might be a little bit more helpful for everyone. It's a pretty complex resolution.
Okay. Councillor Spoolis, are you comfortable with Councillor Bailey's amendment to your resolution?
I am, yes.
Okay. All right. We'll get a list of these additions from each councillor, and then I'll just query each member if they're comfortable with each one. Okay. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. Oh, have to wait till everything. Okay, it's quiet now. I liked when Councillor Goyda suggested I don't want to necessarily take a position against the expansion, because the expansion, the goals of the Greenbelt are consistent with all of the policy goals that we've laid out, that the report lays out, a lot of things that we're trying to protect here. So there's some consistency there that I don't want to suggest that we're opposed to. And I guess where my biggest, what flipped it for me in terms of supporting or not supporting, was the province's Bill 257 regarding high-speed internet and infrastructure, in which they expanded the powers of MZOs to disregard the provincial policy statement. So where the resolution points to the part of the staff report that says that there is adequate provincial protection for these things, I don't think that's no longer the, as long as Bill 250, I hope I'm getting the number right, as long as that bill remains on the table and they're considering it as a potential, I think it undermines the argument that we have that adequate protections are in place, because we on more than one occasion objected to anything that would undermine the PPS, and this bill, whatever it is, undermines the PPS unless you're in the Greenbelt. So just to be consistent with the approaches we've taken before, I would like to see something, if we're going to have a resolution of this nature, that includes something to that effect, that as long as bill such and such, is being considered, we don't have, or the alternate would be, this planning report is correct, provided that this section such and such from bill such and such is removed, is struck down to the province. Because that's the key to, for me, that's the hinge point there, and that argument that we're trying to make is that if they remove bill 256 or whatever, boom, it's the same. The other points I'd like to make sure we add on to here is, as I mentioned before and others have repeated, is the completion of the MCR, local refinement of the mapping. And when I think we need to make the point that significant investments have been made both locally and at the CAs to produce that mapping, and to throw it out is a significant waste of public resources. And I'd like to have something to that effect in there, because part of completing that MCR allows us for rounding out of Aberfoyle. To be fair, we can talk about ARCL all we want, but there was an application to fill out ARCL, and the city of Guelph just went ballistic. So the chance of ever doing anything in ARCL is slim, even if we doubled it in size. But at least to preserve opportunities in Aberfoyle, I think we need to have something clear on that in the resolution, in terms of if we move ahead to the Greenbelt. Is that clear enough? Without writing the resolution, does that make sense?
Makes sense to me, Councillor Balmer. I'll have some comments. Ms. Whitefox, could you magnify the Word document, just so I don't have to have my face so close to the...
Mr. Mayor, may I question Councillor Balmer on his comment with respect to Bill 257?
I'll give you an opportunity as soon as I make my comment. Councillor Balmer, I understand your concerns with the MZOs and that bill. However, I feel there's more dire consequences from giving support to the Greenbelt due to the lack of being able to get secondary units and consents. An MZO currently would still require the support of council. The current minister has revoked, I believe, the glass plant in Stratford because council removed their support for that project. So to me, I think there's more consequences to approving the Greenbelt the way they proposed it than worrying about an MZO. But I do see that those MZOs are a contentious issue.
So if I could then.
Sure.
Yeah, to your point there, the Greenbelt does not say you can't have those accessory units. They're permitted, it's just that they're only prohibited inside the natural heritage system, which is to be refined. And what we're asking for is that natural heritage system that mapping be refined prior to it being in the Greenbelt. So that's why it's not as big a concern for me, because the Greenbelt policy is quite clear that they support those things. So every existing home, even in or without the hamlets, prime agriculture or not, they're still permitted. It's just the natural heritage system areas that would be prohibited, those additional units. And then that would be subject to the refinement of the mapping. So it isn't a blanket no to those things.
Okay, Councillor Spillis?
Yes, Bill 257 talks about supporting broadband and infrastructure expansion. They talk about things like having the right to have municipal poles hang internet wires. They talk about the right to have hydro poles and bell poles hang wire. They talk about being able to fast track installation of fiber in the ground. And I don't see how this has got to do with protecting the green belt. To me, if we say we have the green belt, then what you're saying is we don't need internet in our township because forget about all the things that the township needs for internet. We'll just make it all green.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Spoulis. I wasn't suggesting the entire bill be scrapped. It's that they, inside that bill, Appendix C, I believe it is, they propose, as part of that bill, they propose to amend the Planning Act with relation to MZOs overriding the PPS outside the green belt. And I would agree. I'm not proposing that that bill be scrapped completely, but that particular section that has nothing to do with supplying internet or high-speed internet or infrastructure, it's just a bugaboo that they've built inside, and which was identified by the Brant County Planning Department as a concern. Well, so I was perhaps it was the timing of when our report was written. It has not gone unnoticed by other municipalities that amendment to the Planning Act undermines the protection of natural heritage systems outside the greenbelt. So that's all. That's the only reason I was asking that be put in there.
Mr. Salas, I want to come to you for a quick question. I'm catching you off guard here. In your professional opinion, is agreeing to the greenbelt a detriment to our community for sustainability for the future, or not? Are you able to answer that as it's proposed?
Well, I think we have concerns, and we've outlined those in the report, Your Worship. We are concerned about where will we find the required growth for the township if we're not able to address the needs that were required under the growth plan prior to the enactment of a potential expansion of the greenbelt. So we are concerned. There's no assurance that the government will, we haven't heard anything from the government that they would delay the enactment of the expansion of the greenbelt relative to the completion of the MCR. The question was asked at a recent meeting, and there was no specific response. So I think I'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
Your Worship.
Thank you for that. Okay, that's good enough for me. All right, so we're dealing with this resolution. We have a list of items, and I will tackle each addition and ask each member. If Councillor Bulmer, if you're not supportive of the resolution, you can decide whether you want to comment or not, but ultimately we'll come down to a vote. So where are we here? Where's the first one, Courtney? 23%. Can you scroll down a little bit, please? Okay. All right, hold on a second. Not the first one? And that lands adjacent to provincial highways, current and future, be designated as future development. So this is in addition to Councillor Sapoulis's resolution. Councillor Bailey, are you comfortable with that one?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Would you not want to preface all this by a statement that should the greenbelt be implemented, and you want all these conditions? Or do you want to just say regardless of whether or not?
It is there, I believe. It says, whereas the Township of Puslinch Council believes that if the proposed Greenbelt expansion plan is implemented, and then it lists it. I just didn't read it off. I'm just trying to make sure that every councillor is comfortable with each of the items. Does that make sense, Councillor Goyda? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm not very good at navigating. I think I'm just going to put it out there that perhaps before going through the entire list, the overall the overall comment of that the Township of Puslinch Council requested province to not consider the expansion of the Greenbelt into the Township of Puslinch. I think I think we first of all, before we go through this list, have to decide if we support that comment as a starting point.
So we had a resolution from Councillor Sapoulis that was seconded, which is to support the County of Wellington's comments. And then we discussed additions. So I feel that we need to request of Councillor Sapoulis if he's comfortable having those additions. And if I don't want to have two documents. May I look at our CAO? I don't think would it be appropriate to support the Wellington County position and then have a second resolution for if the Greenbelt is approved, or should it be in one resolution?
I think it would be better in one, kind of like what you've got proposed here. So here's our position, but if you're going ahead, then we ask this, the kind of like what you're doing.
All right, well, Councillor Bulmer, have you been able to read these proposed additions that Courtney? No, so I'll read them out and then we will have discussion as it is on the screen right now. So it's weird that she's scrolling for me. All right, so the county. Okay, so that the county, I'm not gonna read the whole thing, so I gotta give my ballot. Can you scroll down, please, Courtney? Reach the bottom just to the additions. All right, okay. So we all heard what Councillor Sapoulis read, and I could have Courtney read it out. And then this is the beginning of the additions. Whereas the Township of Pusslinch Council believes that if proposed Greenbelt expansion plan is implemented, the economic growth in the Township of Pusslinch will be severely curdled with consequences of impacting the township's sustainability. Be it resolved that the Township of Pusslinch Council supports entirely the county planning report, comments the government's proposed to grow the Greenbelt dated March 11, 2021, and that the Township of Pusslinch requests the province to not consider expansion of the Greenbelt into the Township of Pusslinch, and that lands adjacent. Oh, so it doesn't say the part if it is.
That's the point I was making.
Yeah, sorry, I misread it, Councillor Sapoulis. So we need that added, and that if the Greenbelt is approved, Greenbelt expansion is approved. Sorry, Councillor Sapoulis, I just misread it. It was small. Okay, so prove that the following be considered. And here starts the list. The lands adjacent, she scrolled. Where'd it go? The lands adjacent to provincial highways, current and future, be designated as future development, and the secondary units be permitted within the Greenbelt as the provincial policy, places to grow, and that settlement areas, hamlets, and any other designation Aberfoyle Morrison may have be permitted to round out their boundaries as per the provincial policy, and that the province clarifies the definition of existing to better identify if this definition will refer to the date the proposed Greenbelt changes are adopted, or if a previous date will apply as it relates to the definition of existing, and that the municipal comprehensive review process be, now does that have to say for Pusslinch? Municipal comprehensive process for Wellington County, I would suggest adding that, be completed prior to considering the proposed expansion of the Greenbelt, and that the natural heritage system mapping be refined prior to considering the proposed expansion to the Greenbelt, and keep going, please, scroll a bit more, yeah, thank you. That if the proposed Greenbelt expansion is considered, Township of Pusslinch Council requests that below the water table extraction be prohibited in those areas, and that if the Greenbelt proposal is considered, bring in a need for financial recognition for agricultural lands, and that the above be forwarded to MPP Ted Arnott for his support. Okay, so those are the additions. Are you comfortable with those, Councillor Sapoulis?
I would suggest just wordsmithing the last two bullets where you say, I think it's the last three bullets, we say that if the proposed Greenbelt is considered, just the last two bullets, because you already have it in the statement up top that leads into all these things. So you're just duplicating all that.
Okay, Ms. Fox, do you understand that? So you're saying that
the statement we added up about halfway up the page, that if the Greenbelt is considered, we said bang, 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 bang. So we don't need to add these two statements in the bottom.
it just doesn't have to have that if the proposed Greenbelt expansion is considered.
Exactly,
Right,
exactly.
take that out.
And likewise in the following statement.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the one after that,
See that down below? No, oh, up. No, not that one.
no, at the very bottom.
Yeah.
Yep. And this last statement might need a little bit of refining too. Sorry, Sarah, Councillor Bailey, I tried to capture what you were meaning here for the financial recognition for the agricultural lands. I'm not sure if I captured that accurately.
I had just added through a property tax support program.
So what you're trying to capture is that since we can't have growth and the province should subsidize us, say based on our agricultural lands, is that
Yes.
essentially what?
Well, could I help with that a little bit?
Yes.
Absolutely, I appreciate
I think
it.
perhaps the current problem with this is that the province is not fully rebating us for the cost of the farm tax rebate. So and that would be an area to be addressed here. Either I would suggest that one, it's the Conservation Land Tax Incentive Program, the Farm Tax Credit Program, and the Managed Forest Tax Program. Municipalities are not receiving the full benefit for running those programs on behalf of the province. Those are provincially mandated tax credits that they're supposed to give us an equal payment for, but it falls short. So I think what we're talking about here is making sure that none of those programs fall short, that those programs are fully funded to the benefit of the local municipality where the Greenbelt is located.
Can
Yes.
you say those three programs again?
Sorry.
Just do it slower so that Courtney can capture the three programs, please.
It'd be the Conservation Land Tax Incentive Program.
Okay, wait. Okay,
The Farm Land Tax Rebate or Program, I guess it's Farmland Tax Incentive Program. I don't know what the proper name of it is.
and the last
And the
one?
Managed Forest Tax Program. I mean, what the heck, this is the Greenbelt of all the places, as Councillor Bailey's pointing out, where these things should be fully funded by the province.
So I think it needs to be changed at the beginning, at the beginning there, Courtney, to establish a financial recognition for agricultural lands. Well, those programs are already established.
Yeah.
It's just,
But they're not fully funded by the province.
Mr. Mayor, I have
yes, sir.
the comment I have is we're going to be severely limited in our development period. So shouldn't we not make this generic for the township of Post Lynch, because we're going to be losing our growth through severances.
So which part do you?
Like we're talking about the tax incentive program for lands impacted. We're highlighting only 3 specific areas, and to me, it's the entire township is going to be problematic.
Well, I'm sorry, this is to affect lost revenue that I think Councillor Bailey was talking about too, is that.
I understand that, Council Bulmer. I'm concerned about the lost revenue the township is going to have by lack of growth.
Well, those are different, Councillor Spoulos, because these programs, these programs are where farmers only pay 25%, and historically, I don't know. Well, our Councillor Bulmer has been around long enough. I believe the program was the province would then reimburse the farmers. That's the other 75%. Well,
Yeah,
now
it used
they
to
own.
be, yeah, that's right. We used to pay
Right?
100%, and now
So-
we pay 25%.
But now you're.
I accept that, Mr. Mayor and Council Bulmer and Council Bailey, but I do think we're going to be losing our revenue ourselves.
So come up with
That's
a
right.
quick motion to identify future lost revenue.
That the township be compensated for the growth had been projected for as a result of severances that have occurred at a growth rate of I don't know what it was. What was our tax? 3%.
1.5.
Taxing through 3% tax rate.
It's 1.5% growth. Yeah.
1.5. Okay, 1.5%, projected through surplus by 1.5% annually.
I don't want them to buy us for $60,000 a year and
Yeah, I
put the
know.
greenbelt in. That's dangerous.
Well, I think we have to be compensated somewhat, and
Can we leave the percentage out? Can we just say that compensated for potential loss of future tax revenue? And then we can have.
anticipated through growth, sure.
Yeah, get that 1.5 out of there. They'll give us 60 grand and we'll be a giant green ball.
Could I add one more while we're on this topic?
We got to get it right. So let's go.
Yeah, okay. In terms of sustainability, to Councillor Sapoulis's point and loss of revenue, I think one of the things that should also go along with a municipality, one of the report also identified that, you know, a significant part of the provincial aggregate resources here in the township, you know, this is another reason why the assessment of aggregate properties needs to be corrected to help maintain the sustainability, because that's part of the reason the Greenbelt is to retain access to natural resources. So to help offset the loss, so that the remaining residential residences do not continue to have to subsidize future aggregate operations because of their lower assessment, property assessment. We should put something in here about corrections to the aggregate property assessment, right? To help maintain sustainability of communities inside the Greenbelt.
Yeah, so it would be worded something along the lines of, whereas the expansion of the Greenbelt is to protect area resources for future development, and that, let me think here, and that the aggregate operations be, how would it be worded, assessed properly or assessed?
Yeah, whatever you were talking about, TAPMO, you wanted to.
Just trying to.
Assessed fairly, maybe?
Fairly, thank you.
No problem.
Way to go, Mary.
Wait, it just jumps in there. Be assessed fairly.
To help maintain sustainability of a community within the Greenbelt. The financial sustainability.
So, yes, to protect aggregate resources. Oh, sorry. Communities. So it should, the expansion of the Greenbelt is to protect aggregate resources.
I would say whereas.
Or whereas, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, whereas the expansion of Greenbelts will protect our resources.
You could do them all later, Courtney. Do every one of these additions as whereas. Aggregate resources.
Assessed.
So hold on. Just what I'm trying to, it keeps moving. Whereas the expansion of Greenbelt protect aggregate resources, that aggregate operations be assessed fairly to help maintain the financial
sustainability
of the communities within the Greenbelt. Done.
Yeah.
Bam. So Courtney, if you don't mind just fixing all those to say whereas instead of that, please.
Absolutely.
Okay.
There was one other in there regarding this expansion of the hamlets. Could we do that? I think she referenced provincial policy as opposed to the MCR. I think what we heard from the county planner and around the table is that we want the opportunity to round out those hamlets according to what the local needs are.
Yeah.
Not what the provincial policy is necessarily. Well, it'd be in line with that, but.
What about the secondary units? Aldo, does that need to be in there? Now that Councillor Balmer has brought it to the attention that it's just in the natural heritage features, do we need to be concerned about those secondary units? Is there going to be some changes?
Perhaps I mean, currently outside the Greenbelt, secondary units are permitted within accessory structures. And then what, in fact, it's clearly articulated in the Planning Act. And so it is a bit of a conflict. And perhaps you may want to clarify that should continue Certainly, when it gets to the point of implementing the additional housing units, you'll do it through a rezoning process. And you can put in provisions which certainly speaks to protection of environmental features and areas as part of that review. And in fact, our policies do speak to that in any event. So it might be a good opportunity to clarify that the intent of the municipality, because you're limited in your ability to provide housing, to include a reference to that.
Okay, I'm looking for some help here on how we should word that a little more clear. Any suggestions?
I think Courtney's got the statement that secondary units continue to be permitted within the Greenbelt as per the policy, provincial policy places to grow, which permits that.
Okay. All right. Council, do you need me to reread all these additions?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just waiting for her to scroll up a little bit. Is that the start of it? Which one's the first one? Put your cursor on the first one, Courtney, please. So these are going to be all whereas, right?
No, I think it should be that.
Okay. Just give me a second here.
It's just that last clause, it should be whereas, because it's conditional on the fact that the aggregate resources, the natural heritage protects the.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Okay, so so it starts that if the proposed Greenbelt expansion is approved, that the following be considered: that lands adjacent to provincial highways, current and future, be designated as future development, and that secondary units continue to be permitted within the Greenbelt as per the provincial policy, places to grow, and the settlement areas, hamlets, and any other designation, Aberfoyle and Morrison, do we need to name those towns? May have, be permitted to round out their boundaries as per the municipal comprehensive review. That the province clarifies the definition of existing to better identify if this definition will refer to the date the proposed Greenbelt changes are adopted, or if a previous date will apply as it relates to the definition of existing, and that the municipal comprehensive review process be completed prior to considering the proposed expansion of the Greenbelt, and that the natural heritage system mapping be refined prior to considering the proposed expansion to the Greenbelt. Should that say through the MCR, or we're going to let them do the natural heritage system mapping?
Good point. And this should include the agricultural system mapping as well.
Yeah, so through the MCR.
Prior to that, yeah. So add the agricultural to the natural heritage system mapping.
Yeah. Through the MCR, yeah. I know it's taken a long time, but we got to get this right. So it reads that the natural heritage system and the agricultural system mapping through the municipal comprehensive review be refined prior to considering the proposed expansion to the Greenbelt, and that the Township of Puslinch Council will request that below the water table extraction be prohibited in those areas, and that the existing property tax support programs for lands impacted by the proposed Greenbelt expansion be fully funded, specifically the Conservation Land Tax Incentive Program, Farmland Tax Program, and the Managed Forest Program, and that the township be compensated for the potential loss of growth that has been projected through severances, and whereas the expansion of the Greenbelt is to protect aggregate resources, and then aggregate operations be.
I would take out and.
Okay.
Whereas the expansion of the Greenbelt protect aggregate resources, that.
Okay, that aggregate operations be assessed fairly to help maintain the financial sustainability of communities within the Greenbelt. That the above be found. We don't have to read that. Okay.
Question, Mr. Mayor. The fact that we're asking for a date when the Greenbelt is effective, could we suggest in there that they'll be effective as of when it's implemented in the Puslinch?
I'm not an expert on that. What thoughts? Does anybody, although you have your hand up, maybe?
Sorry, Your Worship, I had just a question of clarity on another item, not with respect to the question that's asked.
Okay. Go for it.
Oh, I don't see it on the screen. It makes reference to the settlement areas, and it lists Morriston specifically. The settlement areas, hamlets, and other designated other designations. Just to clarify, Morriston is currently in the Greenbelt.
It's done.
Are you suggesting that the ministry consider a potential expansions to Morriston?
No, all I was trying to do was capture anywhere where there's a hamlet or urban center that it's not restricted. So those are the only two that we really have, but we have Arkle. That's why I wondered why they were listed. Like I submitted this one, so I don't believe that they need to be identified individually, do they?
Well, that we have up to council. I just wanted to explain that Morriston is already within the Greenbelt, and they've indicated in their notice that they're not looking at making any changes to the existing Greenbelt. I mean, you can keep the point in and see what the response is, but just for council's benefit, I don't believe they intend to make any changes to the existing Greenbelt boundary.
But so with this proposal, like right now, if Aberfoyle was in the Greenbelt, so this is a hypothetical situation, then we would be permitted to round out Aberfoyle within the Greenbelt. Is that correct?
Well, if Aberfoyle is considered a hamlet within the Greenbelt, expansions are not permitted.
Okay, so then we don't have to. Okay.
But they are maybe considered as part of the MCR prior to the Greenbelt.
Well, sorry, Your Worship, that's the objective, to be able to address these questions through the MCR before the Greenbelt expansion were to occur.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, we still have the growth plan policies to address, of course. It assumes conformity with that plan, but hopefully these things can be resolved before the government makes a decision on expanding the Greenbelt.
I don't think they need to be listed.
Okay. They likely don't need to be listed, but my concern was if there wasn't a possibility to swap lands, green space, whatever in Morriston, that because this new proposed Greenbelt specifically says no, that it would be retroactive to the old Greenbelt where there maybe was an opportunity there. That was kind of my thought process. Does that make sense, Aldo?
The reference to the policy in the Greenbelt plan, which speaks to the potential for boundary changes, was written when the original Greenbelt plan was prepared. It was identifying those considerations by municipalities before the establishment of the Greenbelt plan back in the early 2000s.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't, I mean, I guess the question could be, or if council wanted to add a separate provision here to give consideration similar to that for the new expansion area, to provide, areas that have been identified by the municipality for future expansion, to have some recognition moving forward. If that's what you were thinking of doing, that way
that's what we're trying to capture, because we know through the MCR we've asked you and your staff about the Aberfoyle boundary change, which as Matthew described, it's like a balloon. You kind of push it and it goes out somewhere else. That's the concern. But do we need to have something in there to ensure that if through the MCR we do identify some lands for Aberfoyle, that this new Greenbelt doesn't prohibit that?
Your Worship, I think that's what that statement is trying to say.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's clear enough, but we just can remove the actual identifying the two little towns, is what you're saying. Okay.
No, I just want to reiterate that the concern I had was that you included Morriston, but the Greenbelt plan already surrounds Morriston.
Okay.
So nothing is changing relative to the area of Morriston. It's the settlements are essentially Aberfoyle, and to a lesser extent the hamlet of Arkle, and those are the settlement areas that are identified in the county official plan. Morriston already has its limitations because it's already surrounded by the Greenbelt.
Okay, so we just remove Morriston, leave Aberfoyle in.
Well, perhaps if I could, Mr. Chair, to address your concern, I think where the challenge lies here is the language of the Greenbelt plan that relates to settlement expansion that Mr. Marcolongo alluded to earlier. I believe it doesn't acknowledge an MCR as qualifying for that. There was some another phrase that was in what he said. When he read out that policy, whatever the number was, and I don't have it before me, there's Aldo, perhaps you can help me. There's another process that municipalities go through when they want to expand a settlement area, and that was, I can't remember what that phrase is. It wasn't MCR. It wasn't a municipal. It was that already initiated the process to expand. What would be under the places to grow? What would be the process to expand a settlement area? Had to be a council resolution or something.
With respect to the policy that Mr. Marcolongo had referred to, was for 345, and it reads, number 1 reads, where a municipality had initiated the consideration of a settlement area expansion prior to the date of this plan coming into effect.
That's it. Yeah,
such an expansion may be considered to the municipality's exercise to bring the official plan into conformity.
So we want that same provision extended to an MCR. We want an MCR to be given that same latitude then, is what we're trying to achieve here.
Can you reread that, Aldo? Maybe Courtney can try to capture that. Thank you, Aldo.
Sorry, Your Worship. Where a municipality had initiated the consideration of a settlement area expansion prior to the date of this plan came into effect, such an expansion may be considered through the municipality's exercise to bring its official plan into conformity with this plan as described. Yeah.
Might have to, I wish I could pull it up. I can't pull it up.
So the bugaboo is to make sure that the MCR is considered as complying with that requirement. Is that right, Mr. Salas?
Again, that particular provision, I mean, it is section 3.4, it does speak to settlement areas, and that particular provision, as I read it, really related to, because of when it talks about it came into effect, it does refer to prior to December 16th, 2003 as one of the conditions. So it's clear that in this section, the intent was to recognize those municipalities had undergone an exercise prior to the adoption and approval of the Greenbelt Plan at the time. And I think, and it refers to specific municipalities that had undergone that process.
I don't think we should be trapped by a 2003 date. I think what we should be doing is, as per the comprehensive review, that's the key for us. We want anything that's identified in the current municipal comprehensive review be considered by the Greenbelt.
Perfect.
Yeah,
we're looking for the same latitude. Yeah.
So, John, can you?
Well, settlement areas, hamlets. Courtney had it already. She said settlement areas and hamlets be permitted to round out their boundaries as per the comprehensive municipal comprehensive review being undertaken currently. We can say that.
Perfect.
You've used up all your options to change stuff, Councillor Bulmer.
Done.
Let me read this. I'm just waiting for it to finish. That's good. All right, so it reads that settlement areas and hamlets be permitted to round out their boundaries as per the municipal comprehensive review being undertaken currently. Okay, good with that? All right, so do I need to reread them one more time? Probably important. I'll do it quickly. So it says, whereas the Township of Puslinch Council believes that if the proposed Greenbelt expansion plan is implemented, the economic growth in the Township of Puslinch will be severely curdled with the consequence of impacting the township's sustainability. Be it resolved that Township of Puslinch Council supports entirely the county planning report, comments the government's proposal to grow the Greenbelt dated March 11th, 2021, and that the Township of Puslinch Council requests the province to not consider expansion of the Greenbelt into the Township of Puslinch, and that if the proposed Greenbelt expansion is approved, that the following be considered. That lands adjacent to provincial highways, current and future, be designated as future development. And that secondary units continue to be permitted within the Greenbelt as per the provincial policy, places to grow. And that settlement areas and hamlets be permitted to round out their boundaries as per the municipal comprehensive review being undertaken currently. And that the province clarifies the definition of existing to better identify if this definition will refer to the date of the proposed Greenbelt changes are adopted, or if a previous date will apply as it relates to the definition of existing. And that the municipal comprehensive review process be completed prior to considering the proposed expansion of the Greenbelt. And scroll down. The natural heritage system and agricultural system mapping through the municipal comprehensive review be refined prior to considering the proposed expansion of the Greenbelt. And Township of Pussonage Council requests that below water table extraction be prohibited in those areas, and that the existing property tax support program for lands impacted by the proposed Greenbelt expansion be fully funded, specifically the conservation land tax incentive program, farmland tax program, and the managed forest program. And that the township be compensated for the potential loss of growth that has been projected through severances. And whereas the expansion of the Greenbelt is to protect aggregate resources, and that the aggregate operations be assessed fairly to help maintain the financial sustainability of communities within the Greenbelt. And then forwarded to. Okay, Courtney, you're reading it from now on.
Mr. Mayor, the last sentence, I think we have to clarify to say, whereas the Greenbelt is to protect the agri-resources. That's fine. And then you go on to say, and that, instead of saying, and that, you say that as in a separate line. Get rid of the word and then you just continue on with that on a separate paragraph. Like the two should be no space between those two.
She's
it should be on the next line, but not double space. There we go.
Greenbelt.
So I have one more. I'm gonna go over my limit.
Okay.
Once everybody's ready there. Just when is Courtney ready?
I think so.
Okay. Just at the beginning, I appreciate all the work we've put into this, and I just want to make sure that it says something about that we do not support the expansion of the Greenbelt into Pussonage. I would be more comfortable if it said we don't support it unless the following conditions are met, as opposed to saying we don't support it and then go on to say, but if you do it, we'd like this. Can we say that? Because
I like that. Yep.
You know what I mean?
I would oppose that, because I think we have to have a hard line and then say, okay, if you're going to do it, here's what we need.
That's right. And that's what I'm suggesting is that.
No, I'm saying we have a hard line that says we don't support it. That's what it says. And then if we say, well, okay, we'll be wishy-washy, we'll do this. I like to say that we're going to have a hard line. No. And then if you're going to do it, here's the conditions.
Oh, that's right. What it sounds with, yeah.
Okay. Well, we're going to do this quick. Councillor Balmer, you have proposed an amendment to the resolution, right? Again?
Yes, and yeah.
Changing the top part. Everybody heard? Got a seconder for that? Okay, Sarah, Councillor Bailey seconded. Okay. So Councillor Balmer, just repeat how you want it changed.
I believe the current wording is that it makes two separate statements that we don't support it, but if you go ahead without us, this is what we want. I'd like it to say that, because it has something to do with, it starts before about the concerns we have, and then it would be, we would not support the expansion of the Greenbelt without the following issues being addressed.
So it says that the Township of Pussonage Council requests that the province to not consider expansion of the Greenbelt into the Township of Pussonage and
without addressing the following, right? That's what I would like to just put not consider expanding the Greenbelt unless the following issues are addressed.
I'll get her to type that up and I'll read it out unless.
Or until.
Or implemented would probably be a better word.
Yeah.
So this is how it reads if Councillor Ballmer's addition goes through. That the Township of Puslinch Council requests the province to not consider expansion of the Greenbelt into the Township of Puslinch unless the following concerns are implemented. And that if the proposed Greenbelt expansion is approved, that the following be considered.
Then you can take those out. Instead of being considered,
Yeah.
These are our conditions for the expansion of the Greenbelt into.
I hope you saved what you originally had typed, Courtney, because this might not fly and then you have to go back to what it was.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I could just, at this point, I could, if it's not approved, I could just remove this wording here. I think that's all I've added.
Okay.
And then whether or not this statement here stays or if we revise it.
Now, a question is, am I doing this properly by having a second, like this type of vote on another member's resolution to try to come to a resolve for this? Is this okay? Like, does Council Spools have to be supportive of me accepting Councillor Ballmer's resolution? It's getting a little technical.
Yes.
Yes, so I have the original mover as Councillor Sepoulas, seconded by Councillor Goida. And then I think we've had several friendly amendments since then. And I think this last one, I believe, was Councillor Ballmer, seconded by Councillor Bailey for this last amendment.
Well, we're just gonna have to decide on it because I think we're at a bit of an impasse. So, all right, so Councillor Bailey, comments on the rewording with Councillor Ballmer's.
I'm happy with this new wording. I like that we're saying our first preference, but if we're going to do our second, this is what we want. I think that's clear.
Okay.
So I support that.
All right, Councillor Ballmer, do you want to speak to it further before I go to Councillor Goida?
Well, yeah, I think it now, if I understand what it reads now, it's we don't support it without these conditions being met. And I think that's a clear statement of our position.
Okay, Councillor Goida.
Sorry, I've got so many things happening here. The wording in this amendment that says unless the following concerns are implemented, that's not reading right to me, because we don't implement concerns, we implement solutions to concerns. So it's just the way that's worded is it's not jiving. Unless the following concerns are addressed, perhaps.
I don't think that sounds strong enough.
What about the following
What
are
about
addressed?
items? What about the following items are implemented?
Items are implemented, yeah.
Okay, that's
You can use issues as well if you want. Issues.
Okay. Implemented. Do you want item? Items or issues, Matthew? Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, she's got it as items. So the Township of Puslinch Council requests the province to not consider expansion of the Greenbelt into the Township of Puslinch unless the following items are implemented. Uh-oh. No. Who grunted?
I did. I'm sorry, but yeah, okay. Or concerns are addressed, or
We just changed it from concerns.
okay, that's fine. No, but concerns were addressed. It was concerns were implemented. I thought we changed to concerns were addressed. It doesn't matter. Issues were addressed.
This is your.
Perhaps unless the following concerns are addressed through the implementation of the following.
Right. Excellent.
The implementation of the following, yeah. Oh boy. All right, it reads now that the Township of Puslinch Council requests the province to not consider expansion of the Greenbelt into the Township of Puslinch unless the following concerns are addressed through the implementation of the following. That's a lot of followings. That's okay though, I shouldn't have said that. Yes, Councillor Goyda.
Sorry, I don't know what order we're going in. I just wanted to highlight one thing is the component that we are asking, and Courtney, it's at the very bottom, not on this page that's showing now, about the aggregate assessment. I believe I have a pecuniary interest in that specific item, so I'm not sure at this point how to.
So what I'll do is we'll remove that one, and we'll vote on the whole document without that little component in.
Okay.
And then we'll add it in to complete the document. Can we do that, Courtney or Glenn?
Yes,
Or do
sir.
I- Yeah,
That's
let's just take that one out.
I
Just don't-
apologize to
No,
complicate this.
No, just don't lose it, Courtney, as long as you can cut and paste. But you can, anyways, we could leave it in and just word say that it's all, anyways. Okay, so let's get back to the top, because that's what we're just working on, is that very first sentence, because at first Councillor Spillis had some concerns with it. Where is it? That the Township of Puslinch Council requests the province to not consider expansion of the Greenbelt into the Township of Puslinch unless the following concerns are addressed through the implementation of the following. And that was moved by Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Bailey. I went to Councillor Goyda. You're comfortable with that one portion? Yep. Councillor Spillis, you're up.
I prefer the original wording that we're saying, don't do it. And then we go on doing, say, do this and do this, do this. The reason for my concern is there might be things that the conditions where we're providing here that are a concern to us, we may have missed some. And by saying this, you're sort of saying, well, this is all the concerns we've got. There might be some concerns that we've missed entirely.
Okay. All right, so I preferred the original wording. I think a very strong stance is important on this issue. So that's just where I stand on it. Okay, so in favor of the wording as is, Councillor Goyda, yay or nay? Or not Goyda, Bailey. I was looking at Councillor Bailey and I said Goyda. Councillor Bailey.
In favor of what's there now.
Okay, Councillor Palmer. Just the one sentence we're working on here. We're not approving the whole thing. Just, yeah. Am I, Councillor Palmer? You're muted.
Sorry, yes, I'm in favor of the revised wording.
Okay. Councillor Goyda?
I'm in favor of the revised wording.
That's done. Okay. Now we will review quickly.
Mr. Mayor, although that motion passed, can we address some of the grammar in there? Because we got following concerns addressed with implementation of the following. I think it's a bit too wordy. If we're going to go with that statement, I think it should be professional enough that it's clear.
Yeah, that's absolutely. If you have suggestions, the English language is not my forte.
Courtney had something there, unless the followings are addressed, period. Instead of take out through the implementation of the following, just say unless the following are addressed.
Can I see nods of heads if you're okay with that?
Perfect.
Yes, yes.
Concise.
All right. Good, Councillor Spillis?
Yep, that sounds good. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. All right, so now we're gonna just
Yeah, we should take that sentence out. Yeah. Yeah, good.
All right, I'm gonna, Ms. White Fox, can you read it, please?
Yep,
From,
absolutely.
thank you, I appreciate that.
So just from where we've just left off, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That the Township of Puslinch Council requests the province to not consider expansion of the Greenbelt into the Township of Puslinch unless the following are addressed. The lands adjacent to provincial highways, current and future, be designated as future development, and that the secondary units continue to be permitted within the Greenbelt as per the provincial policy Places to Grow, and that the settlement areas and hamlets be permitted to round out their boundaries as per the municipal comprehensive review being undertaken currently, and that the province clarifies the definition of existing to better identify if this definition will refer to the date of the proposed Greenbelt changes are adopted or if a previous date will apply as it relates to the definition of existing. and that the municipal comprehensive review process be completed prior to considering the proposed expansion of the Greenbelt, and that the natural heritage system and the agricultural system mapping through the municipal comprehensive review be refined prior to considering the proposed expansion to the Greenbelt. The Township Council requests that below the water table extraction be prohibited in those areas, and that the existing property tax support programs for lands impacted by the proposed Greenbelt expansion be fully funded, specifically the Conservation Land Tax Incentive Program, Farmland Tax Program, and the Managed Forest Program, and that the township be compensated for the potential loss of growth that has been projected through severances. And we have, as separate from this, whereas the Greenbelt is to protect aggregate resources, that aggregate operations be assessed fairly to help maintain the financial sustainability of communities within the Greenbelt, and that the above be forwarded to MPP Ted or not for his support.
Okay, perfect. Any concerns on any of that wording or those options?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to suggest we ask staff for comments. If they have anything that we missed or we should be adding.
Thank you. Staff? I can't see everybody now because we're sharing screens.
Nothing from my perspective.
Okay.
You, Mr. Salas?
Thank you, Your Worship. As Councillor Goyda indicated, this is a very important time, and I appreciate being involved or listening to the excellent discussion by council. Thank you.
Okay, Courtney, clerk, anything?
No, I think this is a very comprehensive list.
Excellent. Okay, so the resolution may have to just be amended slightly that because we're going to vote on all of the items without the aggregate assessment component in, so that Councillor Goyda can vote. Councillor Goyda, you have your hand up.
I'm sorry, I just have one more question about this list as it relates to the secondary units.
Yep.
The way it's written right now is that secondary units continue to be permitted within the Greenbelt as per the provincial policy places to grow. I just want to, this might be my own confusion, but currently the way the Greenbelt plan is written, that secondary units are permitted outside of the natural heritage system. But my concern with that is that the township is considerably covered by the natural heritage system. I'm not clear as to what we're asking here. Is that continue to be permitted as per the Greenbelt plan, or as per the, or are we asking that secondary units continue to be permitted even within the natural heritage system as in the places to grow? I'm just not clear as to what we're asking here.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to capture with this, is that there isn't a change in where secondary units would be approved just because the Greenbelt came in. That's all I'm trying to capture, and I just don't know how to capture that. I don't know if, although if you have any advice.
So I think what would be important to say here then is that secondary units continue to be permitted within the Greenbelt, even in the natural heritage system, as per the provincial policy places to grow. My hesitation with that, though, is that part of this ERO was very clear as to that they are not considering changes to policy. And by asking this, we're essentially asking for an exception to the Greenbelt policy currently in place. So I'm not sure what the strategy should be there, but I do understand what you're trying to achieve, Mayor Sealy, and I'm just not sure that the way it was written is clear as to getting that intent across.
Mr. Salas, can you offer any advice here? I think
I can, and I'm just drafting something. I hope it can be of help to council. Perhaps it could read, notwithstanding the policies related to the natural heritage system in the Greenbelt plan, secondary units can be permitted pursuant to current official plan policies, or something to that effect.
Can you read that a couple times, just maybe watch as she types, and she can kind of keep up with you?
Sure, Your Worship. Notwithstanding policies related to the natural heritage system in the Greenbelt plan, secondary units may be permitted subject to the county official plan policies. And you could add municipal zoning. And then you can address any specific concerns or provisions for those secondary residential units as you develop your provisions, your regulations to implement the additional housing units that are permitted by the Planning Act.
Aldo, can you see where she's working away there? Can you read that and see if it captures what your intention was?
That's good. I think that captures what council was trying to address.
Councilor Good, is it? Yep.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps taking out the word may might be more appropriate. In other words,
Yeah.
be permitted. We're asking to be permitted and not may be permitted.
I like that. Councilor Goida?
Yeah, I think that looks better. Thank you.
Yeah. Councilor Bulmer?
Yep.
Councilor Bailey? Where'd she go? She's not on my screen anymore.
I'm here.
Oh,
Just a detail, but I mean, the reason this is so important is that over 90% of the township will be in the green belt. So, you know, we're asking for an exception, but for a legitimate reason. And I don't know if that needs to be, you know, reminded in there. Maybe that's a detail we don't need. But
Oh, we can express that. Mr. Arnott wants me to give him a call after this resolution is passed and brief him, and I can stress that to him.
We can also include that in the cover letter that when we send this to the province, or when we submit it, we'll say, you know, given that, here's the resolution that we passed.
Perfect.
because we are unique that way, and that's really important.
Okay. So where were we? Councilor Goida? Anything further?
No, that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilor Spoulos?
I'm just having a little bit of difficulty with the statement that says the province clarifies the definition of existing to better identify this definition. Refer to the date of the proposed greenbelt changes are adopted over a previous date will apply as it relates to the definition of existing. I guess my concern is if they say 2003, then we got a problem.
So you don't want to just leave it out?
No, I think Mr. Councilor Spoulos is understanding here. It's the concern is that we want to have a new existing date.
Exactly.
Right, as opposed to, that's why I brought up in the first place, the current reading of the plan uses the date of 2004, and we want it to be reset to the expansion date.
Exactly.
Right.
So can you word that up for Courtney, please? Either one of you?
Okay, that the definition of existing will refer to the date when the expansion of the current proposal is enacted.
For the area subject to that expansion.
Okay.
It would be nice to get it be all of the township.
Yeah, it is expand. Yeah, it is expand. Yeah.
So I thought you might read that out for us, please.
I have that the province clarifies the definition of existing will refer to the date when the proposed expansion of the current, maybe I could say greenbelt proposal is enacted for the area subject to that expansion. It's a bit wordy.
Well, do we need to say for that area? Because the current Greenbelt proposal is strictly a designated area already.
It's a new area, yeah.
Yeah, so to me, I don't think we need to say that again. So we'll just say for the proposed expansion of the Greenbelt proposal is enacted, period.
Yeah.
Okay, so it reads that the province clarifies the definition of existing will refer to the date when the proposed expansion of the current Greenbelt proposal is enacted.
Good.
I think that captures it. In other words, it's going to be when it's enacted, and it'll be after, hopefully we get through this municipal review process.
Aldo?
Your worship, I'm wondering whether the word clarifies is what you're seeking. If their clarification might be, sorry, existing means 2004.
Okay.
I wonder if you mean to say that the province amend or
Reset,
or
update.
yeah, or update or modify. Perhaps that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Anything further on that one?
Good.
All right, so I know this is long, but it's important. So Ms. White Fox, if you could just read all these things one last time, and hopefully we don't.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, just the last thing, we're forwarding this to our MPP. Do we need to forward it to anybody else? Say AMO, county?
I would carpet bomb everybody. Well, I guess not everybody, but I mean, that was probably an inappropriate statement.
Or AMO and the county?
Definitely, yeah, I would do the county and maybe AMO, and they can circulate it.
Yeah.
Who knows, or Roma, maybe the Roma.
Okay, and for their support on the end, Courtney.
And this should go to Minister Clark as well. And I would suggest even the Minister of Finance, because he makes the decision on the aggregate.
And that's Jakob, sorry,
No.
I'm going to mispronounce his name.
No, it's Bethlen Falvey for Minister of Finance.
Oh, Mr. Okay.
You can Google their
Sure, yep.
credentials later. I don't know, probably because it's an aggregate issue, out of respect for the position, also Minister Yakubuski. Unless anybody has objections.
No, I think it's good because you're targeting the below the water table.
And TAPMO. I would them.
And sorry, Minister Clark, he's a Minister of Housing, sorry?
Municipal Affairs and Housing, yeah.
Okay.
Do we need to send it to, is there still a Greenbelt board? Didn't they all resign and walk out? Is there a new one? I don't want to get this list too long. I'll leave that with you guys. Else. Okay, so Ms. White Fox, you don't mind just reading the.
Sure, yep, absolutely.
You know
okay,
what?
So,
never mind.
Yep.
Sorry, carry on.
Okay, that the Township of Puslinch Council requests the province to not consider expansion of the Greenbelt into the Township of Puslinch unless the following are addressed. The lands adjacent to provincial highways, current and future, be designated as future development, and notwithstanding policies related to the natural heritage system in the Greenbelt plan, secondary units be permitted subject to the county official plan policies and municipal zoning, and that settlement areas and hamlets be permitted to round out their boundaries as per the municipal comprehensive review being undertaken currently, and that the province modifies the definition of existing to refer to the date when the proposed expansion of the current Greenbelt proposal is enacted, and that the municipal comprehensive review process be completed prior to considering the proposed expansion of the Greenbelt, and that the natural heritage system and agricultural system mapping through the municipal comprehensive review be refined prior to considering the proposed expansion to the Greenbelt, and that the Township of Puslinch Council requests that the below the water table extraction be prohibited in those areas, and that the existing property tax support programs for lands impacted by the proposed Greenbelt expansion be fully funded, specifically the Conservation Lands Tax Incentive Program, Farmland Tax Program, and the Managed Forest Program. And that the township be compensated for the potential loss of growth that has been projected through severances. And then the aggregate portion, whereas the Greenbelt is protect aggregate resources, that aggregate operations be assessed fairly to maintain the financial sustainability of communities within the Greenbelt, and that the above be forwarded to the MPP, Ted Arnott, AMO, the County of Wellington, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Minister of Finance, Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, TAPMO, and Roma for their support.
Okay, so last round of questions or concerns on any of these. All right, Councillor Bailey.
No, just my one question is, does the order of these items matter?
To me, it doesn't.
No.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Balmer.
Muted.
The statement regarding the tax incentive programs being fully funded, could we add fully funded by the province? Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Goyda.
Good work, everybody.
Councillor Spoulos.
I'm good.
Okay, so the resolution for the record will be to approve this without the component of the below the water table extraction, so that Ms. Goyda can vote on it. And then we just have a second resolution. How would that work, Mr. CEO? So then the second resolution would just be adding that one component to the, or do we itemize each one, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? How shall we do this?
No, you could just have another resolution adding this item to the list.
Okay. All right, Ms. Holy Fox, you got some reading to do. Council, do you feel that we have to read the entire document? No? Okay. All right, so we're just going to vote on this document without the below the water table extraction component. And so,
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have an original mover and seconder, and then I have with the amendments, mover being Councillor Balmer, seconder being Councillor Bailey. Is that still accurate with the further amendments that we've made?
so that second amendment was just the very first sentence because we had a bit of a disagreement. So I wanted to put it to a vote. So that was carried with Councillor Spoulos and I voting no for. So that one I would believe is off the table now. We're completed. So we just have the original mover and seconder.
And so Councillor Goyda is okay to remain the seconder because for this first one, we've removed the aggregate portion.
Right.
Okay.
Good catch. Yes. All right. So now we're voting on this. Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Balmer.
Thank you. At the beginning of this process, I thought I would be voting against this resolution, but thanks to the good work of a very thoughtful team, I'm glad to say I can support this resolution. Thank you.
Good work. Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
And I'm in favor. That's carried. And I just need a resolution to add, Councillor Goyda's going to turn the camera off, add the below the water table component to that. Councillor Bailey, I saw you raise your hand. You're going to move that? All right.
Sure.
Seconder, Councillor Spoulos. All right. All in favor. Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
I'm in favor. That's carried. Wow.
Wow. Woohoo.
That was a doozy.
That's important.
Oh yeah, I know. That's why I don't get upset that it takes a long time because it's so important to get it right. You only get one kick at the can. I've completely lost my page here. All right, so we have to move on to Aldo. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. Thank you for the help there with some of the wording.
Thank you, Aldo.
You're welcome, and excellent job. Excellent discussion. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Good
Say
afternoon.
hi to Scott. Say hi to Scott for me. All right, so council, can we take I don't know, I don't want to be long, maybe 10-minute break?
Yep.
And so what time is it? We'll come back on my computer. It's 108, so 118, and then Chief Gomes will deal with your fire truck.
Okay, sounds good, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, see everybody in 10 minutes. Okay, we'll resume our council meeting after a quick recess, and I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Balmer.
Present.
Councillor Goida.
Present.
And Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
All right, we're on to page 88 of our agenda, and up next is the fire chief with a purchase for a pumper. Rescue. There
Thank
it
you,
is.
Mr. Bailey.
Sorry
And
about
yes. Thanks again for allowing staff to present the request for proposal results for the purchase of self-contained breathing apparatus and the rescue truck. So I'll just introduce both. Portsmouth Fire and Rescue Services formed two committees early in 2019, an SCBA committee and a rescue truck committee. These committees gathered a lot of information by visiting a trade show, visiting neighboring fire stations, and through many other resources. These committees then created minimum specifications for both the SCBA tender and the rescue truck tender. Multiple bids were received for both requests for proposals. And then after that, smaller committees were formed to ensure that the minimum specifications in the proposals were met. After review of the submitted bids, staff are recommending the contract for the rescue truck be awarded to commercial emergency equipment for the Pierce model presented, and that the award for the SCBA contract be given to AJ Stone for the MSA G1 model. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. I just want to say I appreciate staff, yourself specifically, the amount of work that went into, preparing two requests for tender for two different vehicles. It was important to me, and I believe council, that we at least looked at options out there. And I know it added significant work to you. And thank you for supporting us on that ask and bringing this report forward. So, Councillor Bailey.
Sorry, I'm still trying to look at the proper report here. It's the commercial emergency equipment, correct? Pierce?
Yes, that's right.
Is what was just suggested. Okay. I do just have one question. I mean, going through the checklist, it's very obvious that the cab over purpose was sort of the safest and the most cost effective and seemed to suit the needs. So I have no question there. The one is item 15, cab safety systems. It's been listed as available. So would this be an extra cost to what's being proposed? The supplemental restraint systems, additional airbags and other enhancements for passenger safety.
So Councillor Bailey, I can't remember exactly what page that's on, but by memory, the Pierce truck does offer that as an option. And there is a dollar figure listed beside that for an SRS system.
I feel like I'm looking at the wrong page. Okay, no, I have no questions. Thank you.
Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Chief Gomes. As predicted by the mayor previously, this is my opportunity to feel old again. I can recall it was a big deal when we bought Rescue 35. I recall that after it arrived, we all ran out of the council chambers and got our pictures taken in front of it, and it took a time to get it delivered. So it was a big moment. I want to echo the mayor's comments about you and your staff in preparing these. And I was really pleased when I read the reports, how many times you referenced the committees and the number of people involved in each committee that were involved in creating, not just creating the RFP, but then reviewing it afterwards. So it's a good sign when a leader can acknowledge it wasn't just him that did all this. This was a team effort. So congratulations. But I do have a question on the truck. Despite the fact I had my picture taken in front of Rescue 35, and I think I even got a tour inside Rescue 35, I can't remember what kind of cab arrangement does it have? Does it have a cab over or a commercial cab?
Council Bulmer, our existing truck has a commercial cab.
Oh, that's interesting. You know, it's funny because I thought it had a blunt nose, but it has a commercial cab, which is more a traditional truck style cab.
That's correct.
Well, that complicates things some, doesn't it? Because I was thinking we were replacing like for like. Because I'm very sensitive to the fact that this is the most used vehicle in the fleet, I think, and so critical out on the 401. So it really meant a lot to me when we were looking at the safety features and safety benefits of the cab over design. Can you give me a sense then of I know from one of the benefits of the cab over design is we get enhanced utilization of the back end of the truck. In addition to the safety inside the cab, it's sort of like we get a good solid Fig Newton out front. The squishy parts are well protected in front. But what do we have in terms of enhancements in the back? The current Rescue 35, I believe, has a shelter space inside the back as well. We'd get that with this truck as well, would we not? With either cab?
Not with the Pierce vehicle. The box of the vehicle would be strictly for equipment only, but with the enhanced or larger cab system of a cab over design, we can then house occupants in the rear of the vehicle safely. We can run the rear of the cab as a command center. We can also utilize that space for rehab. So there's a lot of different uses for the additional cab space that's within a cab over design. And hence, we don't need to have an open box system where you can walk in and then basically do what we can do in a cab in the box that won't be required with a cab over design.
Oh, okay. This is interesting. I'm sorry my whole concept is being changed here because I couldn't see the drawings to understand exactly the difference. So then what's happened with a cab over design, that shelter space inside the box at the back is moved to inside the cab at the front.
That's correct. So you don't have as much space, but due to the ergonomics of the vehicle, we'll be able to sit 6 firefighters in there comfortably. So one more than our existing rescue truck, and also house a command center in the back of the cab. And like I said, space for rehab or changing out of different PPE and that sort of thing. So that's available in the cab.
So I can remember one of the things I couldn't figure out with the previous rescue with the proposed command center inside the back is you couldn't see outside from in there, but now the command center could be in the cab over design. You'd be able to see outside as well.
That's correct.
And it is the cab over that report is recommended, just because you said there's 2 Pierce trucks on the list. One's a commercial and one's a cab over, but it's the cab over you're recommending, right?
It's the cab over Pierce design that we're recommending. That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, I think that satisfies my questions on the. Mr. Chair, could I ask a question on this SCBA at this point, or should I wait for a second time around?
Let's just deal with the truck first, please.
Okay, sure. Okay, I'll move along then.
Okay. Councillor Goyda.
Thank you. I would just like to echo the comments from council already in terms of the work that was put into gathering all this information. So thanks for doing that. In terms of the rescue truck itself, I look at the purchase. This is a purchase that's meant to serve the fire department for the next 20 years. And I think if this is the truck that's responding to the incidents on the 401, which is already in its current state, a dangerous place to be. I don't, in 20 years from now, it's going to be wider, it's going to be busier, it's going to be probably even more dangerous than it is now. So in my mind, it's, the cost of the cab over is more expensive up front, but if you take into consideration the additional safety features in terms of the crash test and the rollover and all those things, and you spread that cost over the 20 years that this truck is going to be in use, it seems like a pretty worthwhile investment to me to have that additional safety on what is a pretty dangerous highway. So to me, it's a pretty straightforward decision.
Councillor Spools?
Yes, I echo the other councillors and the good work your committee members did. Please extend our appreciation to them as well for their good work. I'm happy with the cab over engine design. I think it's state of the art. It's the way to go for the future. I had a lot of questions with respect to other issues that were addressed, such as warranties and insurance and all that stuff. And it doesn't sway the argument to go back to what we had. So I'm happy to support your first recommendation.
Excellent. Well, Chief, I think you knew that I was, looking heavily at the commercial chassis. And once I saw the safety factors and, the cost over 20 years, I didn't want it on my watch that I, tried to save $3,000 over 20, like per year over 20 years. And then our firefighters go out on the 401 and get it in an accident, whether their fault or not, and somebody gets hurt. So to me, it's a wise purchase, but I do appreciate putting out both tenders. It's just information we needed to see. And it was probably a learning experience for everyone sitting here. So it was great, and I do appreciate it, Chief. So now we'll go around to the SCBA's. Chief, you want to speak to them? Anything more specific, or you're just going to?
Well, I had a general introduction for both requests for proposals, and the only other thing that wasn't mentioned in the introduction was part of the committee's objective was to do wear tests. So we actually had all three manufacturers present their SCBAs. So by all three, I mean Scott, Drager, and MSA. Scott, however, ran into some issues, and they didn't propose a bid for this tender process, but that was an internal issue on their part, and they apologized for that. So we did wear trials, and the committee facilitated the wear trials, but it was our firefighters that actually did the test where they wore the packs, and they did a bunch of practical exercises that they would perform out in the field. They did that here in a training environment, and then they rated the packs, and we made sure that they all met the specifications that were required. So that's all I'll add to the SCBA proposal.
Okay, thanks, Chief. Councilor Bailey?
No, thank you. I don't have any questions about that.
Okay. Councilor Bulmer?
Thank you. As I'm prone to do, I'm going to disclose some of my ignorance in public here. I always think of an SCBA as a set. You have one of each, and yet I look in the report, and for the 22 sets of CBAs, we're going to get 44 masks and 44 bottles. My math eluded. I couldn't quite figure out how that works out. Can you explain that so I can understand how that goes together?
Sure, Council Bulmer. It just happens that the mass and the cylinders are double the amount of the SCBAs, and that's just a fluke. So each SCBA unit will be stored in the vehicles, and we'll retain 2 for training purposes as well. So that makes the 22. Each firefighter, so 44 firefighters, will have their own personal face mask, and that's why we have 44 face masks issued. With these face masks, they will, the firefighter will retain them for their career here with Puslinch. And if they do leave our service, we can thoroughly sanitize these masks and then pass it on to a new firefighter, as long as they are sized for that style of mask. And so we can reuse them to answer your questions. And then in regards to the air cylinders, each SCBA unit would require 1 air cylinder. And then as a backup, we have a second. So a lot of times we're on scene and we'll expire all the air in an air cylinder, and then we need to replenish that air by the use of a second or third cylinder And that's why we requested 44 cylinders. And we're presently dropping our current inventory of the amount of cylinders that we have here to 44, which we think is a manageable size.
Super, thank you so much. That makes a whole lot of sense. I knew to have the answer. The other question I had was interesting, as you indicated in the report, the critical nature of replacing the SCBA's because of their expiry date is either has come or is coming very soon, and yet the selected supplier has a 68-week delivery period. Will the existing equipment be serviceable while we wait that 68 weeks?
Councillor Ballmer, that was actually maybe a typo. It's 6 to 8 weeks. So we could get it in 1.5 to 2 months.
Perhaps that's how my screen, how it read it out to me. It sounded like 68 weeks, and maybe it was actually typed as 6 to 8 weeks, but I heard it as 68 weeks. So, oh, thank you very much. I support I'm glad you're getting the new equipment, and I appreciate the fact that you include life cycle costs in the analysis. That's very important. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Goyda.
I have no questions. I'm happy that we can get them in less than 68 weeks.
Councillor Spools.
Yeah, no, it's unfortunate that nobody else was purchasing these units at the same time to try to get a better per unit cost down, but it is what it is. We need it, and I'm fully supportive.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I'm supportive of it as well, Louis. And just for council's indulgence, what's the working time on one bottle? 20 minutes? Half hour?
It depends how hard you're working, that's for sure. So what we've done in regards to current industry practices is we decided to go down from a 1-hour bottle to a 45-minute bottle. And but as you alluded to, it depends on how hard you're working to how quickly we go through that air. And we're lucky that we do have our own air compressor system here, so we can top up those bottles quickly. And we do that quite a bit when we're on scene for a long time. We'll utilize our pickup truck to move the air cylinders back and forth. So we'll take the empty ones, bring them back to the station, fill them up, bring them back on scene, and we're in a good place. So thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Yeah, I just wanted them to know that, the need for extra bottles was because of the work time restrictions on, so it's good. Okay, thanks, Chief. So Ms. Hoyfox, you have a resolution?
If I could just quickly comment on the resolution there, sorry. We had some wording in there just contingent on what council was going to make their decision on. So what I'll just outline is in the second paragraph of the resolution will actually end where it says the first time non-refundable portion of the HST. So the next text was provided if you wanted to make another choice. So Ms. White Fox could just delete that section of that paragraph on.
But leave the SCBA part in.
Correct. Just that second paragraph can be shortened because of the choice that you're making.
Good.
Sorry, can I just add one thing as well? For the third paragraph, it's RFP 2020-002 for a commercial rescue truck, which will not be awarded. So there's a section in that paragraph as well that Ms. White Fox needs to remove.
Correct.
Yes, thank you very much. I have that prepared.
Okay.
That report FIR 2021-001 as amended regarding fire department rescue for proposal results be received, and that the Township of Puslinch Council award RFP 2020-003 for a cab over rescue truck to Commercial Emergency Equipment Pierce based on their proposal in the amount of $562,593 inclusive of the non-refundable portion of HST, and that the Township of Puslinch Council not award RFP 2020-002 for a commercial rescue truck, and that the Township of Puslinch Council award RFP 2020-004 for self-contained breathing apparatus to AJ Stone Company Limited based on their bid submission of $231,401, inclusive of the non-refundable portion of HST, and that council authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the required contract documents.
All right, I'm going to move for that. Councillor Spools, seconded by Councillor Goida. All in favor, Councillor Bailey.
Yep, in favor.
Okay, Councillor Palmer,
In favor?
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spools,
In favor.
and I'm in favor. That's carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that Council Bowman be the first to receive a photograph in front of the truck.
Somebody second that. Let's make them do it. Let's make them do it. All right.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Councillor Spoolis.
Thanks, Chief. All right, so finance, see none. I guess it's on to admin 9.3.1. Nope, where'd it go? There it is. So this, Ms. Whitefox. I'll speak briefly to this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the 2020 annual water report for the drinking water system. And the number of the drinking water system is there, and it services the Postage Community Center, the library, and I believe the concession booth as well. And this is done on an annual basis, and it's based on the testing results that are taking place over the previous year, so for 2020. And I've just made note in this particular report that our community center was closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic starting in March of 2020. So I just made note of that in one of the sections of the report. And if there's any questions or comments, I can do my best to answer it.
Okay. Mr. Bailey,
No, I do not have any questions.
Councillor Ballmer.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a couple of questions, and I don't know if this is for the clerk or Director of Public Works. I noted that we mentioned the PCC, the library, and the concession stand, but we're not talking about the ORC, which also has a water supply. And I recall that I think that maybe still they're posting signs up above the sinks in the ORC indicating that the sodium level was above provincial standards and that would be, of course, due to the water softeners. But those signs, is kind of what led to the farmers market providing bottled water to people, because some people were concerned about filling their water bottles out of the sinks and things. So just maybe you could help me understand why that, one, it's not included in this. We don't have to test the water as part of this process. And two, what would maybe be changing, or what would change if we moved ahead with the idea to put water bottling filling stations or water fountains in at the ORC?
Who wants to conquer that one? Mr. Fowler?
Yeah, to that. So basically, every 5 years, we have an audit that is done at the PCC that, due to the preschool, a conversation that was made with several water compliance inspectors, and the direction that they gave was, whether it be the administration building or the ORC, there isn't a provincial requirement to have a water report issued for this. If the township chose to supply a drinking water fountain at the ORC, then it would be up to staff to inquire again with the water compliance inspector in regards if a water report is required. But at this moment, by provincial standards, the water is drinkable at admin and the ORC. We just post, we'll say, a sodium level indication, because the water is softened, and we don't provide basically raw water for drinking.
Thank you. So, and in case there's somebody who reads the council package and notices that the ORC is not included in this, it isn't that the water is not tested there for safety on an ongoing basis as well. It's still tested there too, is it not? It just doesn't.
Oh,
need to be part of this
absolutely.
report.
The water testing is done weekly at the community center due to the preschool. The administration, fire hall, and ORC is tested monthly, and that's in line with the provincial requirements.
Super. Thanks so much.
Okay, Councillor Goida?
No questions, thank you.
All right, Councillor Spoulos?
Yes, I have a question of the CAO. Is there a legislative requirement by this has to come to council? I see this as a routine staff matter. There's no exceedances. I don't see why we should have it here at council.
Yes, it is a legislation matter that you have to bring it forward to council. They have to receive it as information.
Okay, thank you. I have no other question.
Thank you. Ms. Whitefox, you want to read the resolution, please?
That report ADM 2021-015 regarding the 2020 annual water report for drinking water system number 2600210034 be received, and that the 2020 annual water report be submitted to the ministry and the applicable agencies as outlined in report ADM 2021-015.
Thank you. Mover, please.
Sure.
Councillor Spoulos, seconder. Councillor Bailey, all in favor. Councillor Bailey?
I'm in favor.
Councillor Ballmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Okay. Okay, and I believe Ms. Whitefox, you're up again for 9.32.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I believe we also have two members of the Heritage Subcommittee, Councillor Ballmer and then Mary Tybee, who is in the attendee section as well, that are here to support this report and to provide any responses to questions that there may be. So with your permission, Mr. Mayor, if I could move Mary Tybee over to the panelist section.
For sure.
While we're waiting for Mary, I can just give a brief overview of the report and then any details of the registry or the information documents that Mary has provided. They can speak to that a little bit.
If I
So-
could, Mr. Chair, just before we get into this, both councillors Goida and I identified.
Pecuniaries.
Could we just identify, Councillor Goida made a good point. If maybe we could just pull the property she has concern with, and could we just identify that I'd like the same for discussions, avoid those two properties, and we can both stay in for majority of this?
I posed that question to our CAO. What are your thoughts on that, Mr. CAO? Is it?
My understanding is that this is for discussion of the whole list. So I'm not sure how we would remove a couple just for the discussion, but then add them back in after the discussion. I'm not sure how logistically that would work. I would think just in terms of process, if you have a potential conflict, it might be best to just sit out of the discussion on these. That'd be my suggestion.
Then I will do so, and I will leave it to the capable hands of Ms. Tivey to speak on behalf of the subcommittee, because she is the ace that we've got on that committee.
How do you
Okay.
spell that, Matt?
Ms. Whitefox, did you have more to add as a overview?
Perhaps just an overview is this report outlines the I would say necessity for a heritage registry to be established in the township, and the report outlines what a listed property is and what that means to be on the register as a listed property in the township. And I would just like to highlight all the good work that the committee has done to put together the list of, I believe it's approximately 125 properties in the township. So a lot of work went into that through the committee to put that together. And that is the list that currently is being proposed to create the register of listed properties. Additionally, within the report, you'll note that we talk a little bit about owner consultation taking place. So that would be a process where we would inform the owners on this list of the intention of the Heritage Committee and of Council to create this registry, and really have an open dialogue with those individuals to perhaps dispel some of the common misconceptions about a heritage register, and that sort of public consultation to take place. And again, Mary Tybee's here if perhaps she'd like to give an overview of the technical parts of the report.
Thank you, Ms. Whitefox. Mary, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To begin with, let's consider that most municipalities in Ontario have these lists, and they're not generally problematic at all. Puslinch Township has had these properties in a list form for 20 years. And in 2012, they were brought to council to be officially adopted as a municipal register. And because of an administrative error, the list itself was never appended to the council minutes. So we've had to go back and re-prepare that list. And in that time, the province has provided criteria by which properties should be evaluated to be put on that list. And so that's what we've done. I want to say that the emphasis here is on the potential for planning, and I would say for future planning opportunities and also for community identification. And that is because our township is incredibly rich with heritage properties. We haven't had a lot of incursion of urban development. And so both the properties and the communities they were part of are still largely intact. And the ones on this list were recognized as heritage properties by the Heritage Committee 2 decades ago, and the owners understand that that they have been recognized, they have been plaqued, so they understand that status already. I'm wondering if you have questions for me before I continue to rattle on about this.
Sure, we'll open up for questions from 2 of us, 3. All right, Councillor Bailey.
Great. Well, thank you, Mary, for coming. I think this is pretty exciting to see all the work that has gone into this, and I really appreciate it. I'm just going to cut to one of my questions is, I know of some houses that underneath some of what you see on the exterior, there is some really neat architecture underneath.
Mm-hmm.
Are those houses also considered when doing some of this registry? Or is it just what you can see?
No, Sarah, that's through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a great question. I'm glad you asked that. At the time that the plaques were developed as a program, the plaquing program, condition was, architecture and condition were really their priorities for identifying heritage properties. And that has shifted quite a bit in the heritage field to looking at historical value and contextual value. So I have a box full of properties, property files of properties that would merit listing based on their historical significance, but were never plaqued because they were not considered aesthetically appropriate for plaquing. So as we move forward, whether or not these properties are ultimately conserved, for me, the important thing is to see them recorded. And that in some ways is what the 60-day demolition window provides, not necessarily an opportunity to designate properties, but to come to terms maybe with their demolition and make sure that we understand their construction, perhaps some interior historical features before these properties are removed from our landscape. Did that answer the question?
Oops. Yeah, yes, I think so. I'm glad to know that you sort of still have a box of potentials there still. I guess that leads me to the one question about the demolition. The significance of the 60 days in order to do what? What would be the hope of having that extra time before a demolition permit?
Through you, Mayor Sealy, the The 60-day window provides for municipalities that wish to designate a property because it is a landmark or extremely significant to the identity of that community. And for the township of Puslinch, properties such as the Aberfoyle Mill might fit that criteria. So they allow the municipality to do an intervention in a way, whether it's to designate the property or whether it's to discuss ways of conserving some elements of the property, or whether it's to record the property and permit its demise. I think you know that there's a 10-day turnaround for the issuing of demolition permits. I think that's a provincial law. So this just gives us more time to look at the effect of having these buildings removed.
Great. And I have one other question. I'm just wondering if is there any want, or will there be any sort of mapping that will go along with some of these houses on the registry, or is that a privacy
No,
issue?
it's actually in progress. Sorry, through you.
You don't have to say that.
I just, it's in process right now, Sarah. Yes. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. And because I'm very enthusiastic about this, I really see opportunities for cultural tourism from these lists and maps, whether it be cycling tours, driving tours, all sorts of things that this database can support.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Spoulos?
Yeah, I'm reading the recommendations. I'm fully supportive of all the recommendations you have. For me, the big issue will be after the public consultation, all the comments that we get, pro and con type of thing. And that time to me is the big discussion. But right now, no, go right ahead. It's great stuff you're doing.
Excellent. I echo those comments. It's great work. The whole committee's done a wonderful job. I liked how Ms. Hoyfox mentioned that there might be some public education involved to get because there's stigmas attached to if you get this designation, but I believe that's not something we can't conquer. And I was reading through it as well. And when we trick or treat with my kids, we go to the doctor's office in Morriston on Badna. It's a beautiful home. It's probably, I think it's the nicest home in all of Morriston. So I'm glad to see it on the list. That's excellent. So thank you for your time, Mary. We really appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear it. Thanks.
Good work.
I appreciate your work as well.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Ms. Whitefox, resolution.
Report ADM 2021-016 regarding the proposed Puslinch Heritage Register be received, and that staff together with the Heritage Committee be directed to initiate consultation with the property owners that as identified in Schedule B listed properties, and that staff report back to council after the completion of the public consultation for endorsement, approval of the Puslinch Heritage Register.
Can I get a mover for that? Councillor Spoulos, second by Councillor Bailey, because you're the only two that can do it. And all in favor, Councillor Bailey?
Yep, in favor.
Councillor Spoulos?
I'm in favor.
And I'm in favor as well. That's carried. Have a great day, Mary.
Thank you.
Scroll too far. There we go. All right, Ms. Whitefox again.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this next report is on the proposed kennel licensing bylaw. So we've brought forward the fourth draft. We are hoping for this to be the final draft and for the bylaw to be approved. That's what the recommendation is asking for. And so as part of this fourth draft, we have considered additional comments that have come from council. And I've listed, there's about 6 items there where there's been further clarification to the bylaw based on the comments. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Counselor Bailey?
No, I do not have any questions on this fourth draft.
Counselor Goida?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Matthew, I skipped you on purpose just as a bit of a joke. Counselor Ballmer?
I got it. Thank you. And thank you, staff, for both your patience, your indulgence, and your commitment to getting this right. You know, we did hear from residents that it is important that they're not, while they don't mind having kennels, they don't want kennels that are going to drive them crazy. So I'm glad we put the extra time into getting this right, and I appreciate the changes that staff have made and some of the changes they didn't make as well. So thank you very much.
Counselor Spools?
I'm fully supportive. Let's get on with it.
Yeah. Ms. White Fox, you want to read that resolution, please?
Certainly. That report ADM 2021-017 proposed kennel licensing bylaw, fourth draft, be received for information, and that council give 3 readings to bylaw 2021-024, being a bylaw to control, license, register, and regulate dogs and kennels within the township of Puslinch, and to repeal bylaws 0899 and 3305.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please?
Sure.
Counselor Ballmer, I'm going to take him as the mover. Seconder, Counselor Spoolis. All in favor? Counselor Goida? Oh, Bridget Bailey.
In favor.
You're now in Goida's position on my screen. Counselor Ballmer.
In favor.
Counselor Goida.
In favor.
And Counselor Spoolis.
In favor.
All right. This one is again, Ms. White Fox.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a request for exemption from the noise bylaw, the township's noise bylaw, and it's for the Condo Elements Condo Corp, which is Mini Lakes. And the permit that was approved for the migratory bird damage and danger permit is attached to the report. It is a 3-year permit, so for a term of 3 years, I believe, until the end of 2023. And so I've just outlined within the recommendation of the report the exemption periods of time that are being requested over the term of that permit.
Okay. Counselor Bailey. Oh, did I lose her? Oh, no, she's there.
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Counselor Ballmer.
No questions. Thank you.
Counselor Goida.
No questions.
Counselor Spoolis.
Just a question of our CEO, procedural wise. There's a restriction in the year 2023. That's the term of the new council. Is it still appropriate for us to do this way for 2023?
Yes, it's still appropriate.
Okay, I'm good then.
Okay. Can you read the resolution, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, that council receives report ADM 2021-018, application for noise exemption for Wellington Common Elements Condo Corp 214 Mini Lakes, and that council authorize an exemption to section 4, prohibitions by time and place in schedule 2, number 1 of bylaw 5001-05, to permit the use of a scare gun to scare away geese at the Mini Lakes Residents Association for the period of March 25th, 2021 to April 15th, 2021 between the hours of 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. August 31st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021 between the hours of 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. January 1st, 2022 to April 15th, 2022 between the hours of 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. August 31st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 between the hours of 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. and January 1st, 2023 to April 15th, 2023 between the hours of 9 and 7 a.m. and August 31st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023 between the hours of 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. and that the exemption be approved for the time period indicated pending that the township does not receive any complaints, and that the migratory bird damage or danger permit holder be directed to notify the Ontario Provincial Police of these noise exemptions.
Okay, mover, please. Counselor Goida, seconder, Counselor Spoolis, all in favor. Counselor Bailey.
In favor.
Counselor Ballmer.
In favor.
Counselor Goida.
In favor.
And Counselor Spoolis.
In favor.
And I'm in favor. All right, that's carried. This is Mr. Swendinger for our 9.3.5.
Okay, just a very short update so that council is aware. As you may recall, we had the delegation at AMO requesting the temporary capital surcharge to try and assist with getting natural gas services to rural areas. Made a presentation to the associate deputy minister and their associate minister, sorry, and that went well. And good news is that they approved that request. I'm not going to say it's entirely on us because I know that Enbridge was requesting the same, and they put a bunch of effort into it too. But end of the day, it is successful that the province did approve this tool for this use. So this will definitely be beneficial for rural municipalities, smaller municipalities such as us. And I think that what we can anticipate, I had some initial discussions with Enbridge in the last week or so, and they are closely looking at the legislation that now enables this to see exactly how those, as it was approved, would be applied here. And they are anticipating being able to, or to hopefully be able to come with a few locations within Puslinch sometime later this year, late spring, hopefully early summer, with some potential expansion areas within Puslinch. So that's a good news story. Last thing I would suggest is it's not that often that we do get a positive response in approval of a request at AMO like this. So given the importance for rural municipalities, I might suggest that council might be interested in sending a thank you letter to the associate minister, but I leave that to your discretion.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I definitely think sending a letter is just, yeah, definitely a way to go to say thank you. I just had a question about what the communication process might look like. Is it something that would come directly to residents, or does it come through the municipality?
This would be something that would be between the gas supplier and the residents that are requesting service, similar to if someone's requesting service, they wouldn't come to us and ask for it. They would go to the supplier for their area. It's just now the supplier, excuse me, has this other tool that's available to them. So if people do ask us as a municipality, we would just refer them to in our area, it would be Enbridge.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. CAO. Excellent work on this. This has been an issue that's been on our agenda off and on for as long as I can remember. So it's nice to see some movement on it again. And the letter makes, it's only common decency, so I support that completely.
Councillor Goyda.
Sorry. Just quickly, I just want to say I think that this is a really great news story, and I think it's something that both our CAO and our mayor should be proud of. I think it's a really great example of the value of the delegations at the conferences, and you know, the potential to influence positive change. So great work on that. And absolutely, I would support sending a letter as well. Councillor
Spoulos.
Yes, this is very great news. This is, I'm ecstatic about seeing this. This is, it's a way to help our community get a more efficient and cost-effective heating for their homes. It's something I'm over the moon about. Now, I fully endorse having the letter sent, and I echo the sentiments of the rest of the councillors that thanks to the mayor and our special CEO with his knowledge to get this idea through to the ministry, and they're picking up on it. Good work.
Yeah, thank you, Glenn. I can't take any credit on this one. When we had that delegation, I literally handed over the reins to Glenn, and he just went with it, and it was a piece of art. You know, he worked the room, and it went really, really well. It's pretty impressive. So he can maybe fix the aggregate assessment issue for us, and we're good to go. Oh, anyways, great work, Glenn.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Now we get a resolution, please, Red.
At report ADM 2021-019 regarding the update on the August AMO delegation, use of temporary capital surcharges, natural gas service extension be received, and the council directs staff to forward a letter of thanks to the Minister of Energy, Northern Development and Mines for approving the request for temporary capital surcharges.
Okay, can I get a mover for that, please?
Sure.
Councillor Spoulos, seconder. Councillor Goida.
Sure.
Okay, all in favor? Councillor Bailey.
Sure.
In favor.
Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
That's carried. All right. Transportation Master Plan. You're up again, Mr. Schwendinger.
Nothing much to add. We'll answer any questions. Basically, just to notify you that as a result of the bit of a delay in getting the funding, we kind of have to pause the project because we don't want to risk losing that funding given its significant impact on the study. But we are ready to go as soon as we do get the funding. I just wanted you to be aware because it's different than what we had initially anticipated.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Nope, no questions.
Councillor Bulmer.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Goida.
I did just have one question. Sorry. I know this meeting's going long, but I just wanted to ask about, I know that the stipulation of the funding says that work can only begin once the notice of funding is received. And that relates specifically to the traffic count study and the road condition index. But I was just wondering if there was any other work that could be undertaken now to help inform the plan down the road. And when I'm thinking about the public engagement tool that the county recently did in preparation for their roads master plan, where the residents were asked to provide input on various concerns or suggestions that they had to sort of guide the direction of their transportation plan. And I just was wondering if, first of all, if that would even be allowed, and second of all, if that would be worthwhile and even in looking at doing.
Given the circumstance, I had the exact same question, Councillor Goida, and the response that was received is, given that in the funding application we had to tell them what the traffic counts and the assessments were going to be used for, that was part of the overall transportation plan. The project is considered the transportation plan, so we cannot. I had the exact question, and our director of finance looked into it with FCM, and that was their interpretation as well, is that it's the transportation plan study, that work can't commence. We were trying to do the same thing that you were suggesting, but unfortunately we couldn't, so that's why this recommendation for this information is.
Okay, I do just want to clarify though, on a separate note, that the city of Guelph and the county are both working on their transportation plans. It is, I'm assuming that we're at the table in terms of those discussions, and that's not impacted by this delay, is it?
That's correct.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Spoulos.
Yes, timing. We've been telling our residents sometime in the summer when they were asking on when we're going to get sort of a traffic plan done and be coming to council. Given this delay in funding, what's your best educated guess when something like this will be coming to council? Just roughly, is it late fall, late this year, early next year? So at least we can provide our residents with understanding.
I asked that question as well. Our work plan is that given the scope of this project, we're looking at the duration of the work to be approximately 5 to 6 months in duration. But again, that can only start once we get notification from FCM on the funding. And we have no control over that. So once we're notified of FCM, it'll be about 5 to 6 months after that. But my guess is, and maybe our director of finance could comment on that, but my guess is it might be another 2 months or a little bit more until we hear from FCM, but that's just a guess. It's completely in their hands as to how long they're going to be taking to do this. It might be shorter, it could be longer. We don't know.
Yeah, so I agree with Mr. Schwendinger. So right now they are currently processing applications from 325 to 375. Our application number is number 531, and they're doing about 30 applications per month. So
How many?
30.
30. Okay. Okay, so that's fine. So it's it looks like late this year, early next year, if I was going to tell anybody. Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a resolution, Ms. White Fox.
That report ADM 2021-020 regarding the update on the Transportation Master Plan project be received for information.
Thank you. Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Spools, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All in favor? Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, in favor.
Councillor Ballmer?
Favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
Councillor Spools?
In favor.
And that's carried. And you're up again, Mr. Schwendinger, parking bylaw.
Courtney's going to speak to that.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Hi, Mr. Chair. Sorry, our bylaw enforcement officer is he planned to be here today to explain the proposed, the further amendments to the parking bylaw, but unfortunately he's not able to be with us here today. So he did provide us with a map that I'm hoping I can share and will provide further clarity into what the parking situation at the Aberfoyle School is currently and what we're looking to amend with this report and bylaw that's on the agenda today. So if it's all right with you, I'll just share my screen with the map.
Yeah.
Okay. Please let me know if you can see that.
There, it's up now.
Okay. So this is what's being proposed and what has been outlined in the report. I can do my best to answer some of the questions, but if further questions remain that I'm not able to answer, at council's discretion, this report and bylaw could be moved till the next meeting until Ivan is available to be here.
Councillor Bailey.
Maybe Courtney, just before we get to the comments, just because this is the first time council's seen the map, could you maybe just, I'm having difficulty reading it on my screen, just explain what the different colors are so that they clearly understand what the result of this approval would be?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So what's highlighted in red are no stopping at any time. So you'll notice the sections that kind of come in front of the school here, and then as it approaches intersections. So that would be, I believe our bylaw talks about within 9 meters of an intersection, there's no stopping at any time. And then I believe the orange color here is no parking at any time. So you'll notice in front of the school, there's no parking. So our bylaw enforcement officer has given me an overview of the difference between stopping and parking. And so stopping would be if you are loading or unloading passengers. So it would be permitted to stop your vehicle to let your children out and then continue on. But once you've stopped and you've exited your vehicle and you're now doing something else, that would be considered parking. And then the yellow here is no parking between certain times. So that is in line with the times for the school. So between 8 to 9 a.m. in the morning and then 2 to 3 p.m. in the afternoon. And it's between September 1st and June 30th. And then you can see green, there's parking permitted at any time. So you'll notice those sections that would allow parents to go ahead and park and either enter the school or drop their kids off or whatever they need to be doing.
Okay, this is vastly different from what we discussed at our February 10th meeting. I have significant concerns with this because the road is quite narrow up there, but anyhow, I'll open up to Councillor Bailey. Go ahead, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, I had the privilege of seeing this map earlier. I've been in contact with the principal and we recognized a need for having a map that made it very clear to everybody. So Yeah, this is what I was anticipating. I had my own map drawn up, wasn't as pretty, but this is what I have anticipated. Which I'm satisfied with. However, here's a situation scenario at 8:25. If I would like to drop my child off, I'm going to drive up Coburn or Cockburn, however you want to say it. I could park and walk my child across, or I could turn left onto Old Brock Road, pull up where it's green, and let my child get out, and then continue on down to the lights. The only problem is, so there's an issue here, and I know Mr. Fowler has brought this up before. There is a gate that allows kids onto the playground away from where the entrance to the school is. So that would be ideal. I would love to be able to pull up, drop my child off and say, go through the gate where you're not going to get, run over by a bus or something. However, we have a limitation on that gate. So I guess my question is, the parking is satisfactory to me, to my need here, but how can we now allow the kids to go up and through that gate?
Why wouldn't they be able to go through the gate?
Apparently that was a condition of the sidewalk going in, and maybe Mr. Fowler can comment on that.
Yeah, back when we initially had the sidewalk design finalized, at the current time, the principal was Mr. Paul Tribe. So he had assured me that the school board, or whether the school was going to permanently close that gate, the township or the school did not make any efforts to, whether it be build steps or another path from that gate. So currently that gate sits behind a armor stone wall where it appears the gate was never permanently closed.
Actually, there is a gap. The armor stone does end, and then there's a space to drop off.
So Councillor Bailey, are you trying to facilitate like people being parked there and then basically double park and drop your kid off? Is that
well?
That's not okay.
No, and that's going to be the issue. So as of now, that's going to be allowed. You can drive up and you would be able to stop there and your kid could go out. So if we're going to allow that to happen, then perhaps we need to reach out to the school board or send a letter or some communication to say, okay, now we actually need access to that gate.
Well, no, we shouldn't facilitate double parking.
But if we're going to allow it, then we need the kids to go somewhere. So either we have to not allow it with the gate closed, or we need to allow it and allow the gate to open. I don't think you could do both.
Okay.
That's
so
what this map.
Mr. Fowler, can you say that to me again? So were we asking that the gate be closed as a condition of building the sidewalk, or the school was going to want it closed?
At the time, the concern is that due to the difference in elevations, that steps would have had to been constructed to properly make the gate accessible. The school board said that they would rather have the sidewalk extend the length of the gate, and then everybody would enter through the paved asphalt portion. So there was never a design consideration, whether it be from the township or the school board, to have a proper walkway to that gate, and it was intended to be decommissioned.
Councillor Bailey, we're trying to get cars out of there so that the school buses have more room. I don't want to facilitate them dropping more cars in there to drop and run.
So then I'm thinking maybe that green line should not be a green line.
I agree. I'm agreeing with you. Do you have further comments, or should we go to the next councillor?
Nope, that's all.
Okay, Councillor, now I'm tired. Councillor Balmer.
I'm out of my depth here. I will defer to those who are still using this, but it sounds like Councillor Bailey has identified an important thing. I think what she's trying to say is, if we're going to allow cars to stop and drop there, the gate should be open, but if we lock the gate, we should then change it so that it's not a place for kids where we drop kids off. I think that's what I understand it. And that sounds makes sense. My question.
It does make sense, yeah.
Yeah. My questions relate to the Niska Road issue, which are separate from the school board issue anyway.
Okay, where are we, Councillor Goya?
Yeah, I unfortunately, I'm not familiar with what happens there in the morning, so I don't feel that I can add any productive feedback here, but just in looking at the map and trying to visualize what's taking place, to me, it would make sense where these little green lines are on Old Brock Road, that they should just be yellow, and that seems like it would solve the problem, but I again would have to defer to Councillor Bailey or other people who have knowledge of what happens there in the mornings and afternoon.
I think, honestly, I hate to defer this, but I feel we should defer this and wait for Ivan to be here, because I have questions about how much room is on Cockburn with double parking. To me, I don't think there's room for double parking up there anywhere. So as much as I don't want to do this, would council indulge the idea of just deferring until we can get Ivan here to answer some more technical questions? Can I see nods of heads or no's? Can you stop sharing there? Yeah, thank you. Any concerns with deferring, Councillor Beal? Oh, I'll get somebody to move it. Move it. We'll talk about it. Move it for deferral. Okay, then seconder, please. Councillor Spillis. Okay, comments are in favor. Councillor Bailey.
No, I think we do need to, yeah, have Ivan answer a few of the questions. I also wondered about the parking on Cockburn there as well. So.
Okay, Councillor Ballmer.
I support deferral unless there's a critical safety issue that needs to be addressed, since we're not meeting again until April 21st. That'd be my only caveat.
I'll give you my example. I was up there yesterday due to people having concerns about crossing Brock Road. And I wouldn't suggest there's an immediate concern. With the no stopping signs that have already been installed, it's pushed a lot of the parents to the PCC. This is just kind of the icing on the cake that we're working on. It was working really well. It truly was. So I personally don't feel that there's an immediate concern, but I also like to be efficient and not have things before us over and over again. So, Councillor Goida.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, Councillor Spillis.
I'm okay with that. Intuitively, you want to get as many cars out of there as possible, not to have bus car traffic mixing and causing accidents.
Yeah, we'll wait till the next budget or budget cycle. Still stuck in budget. Council meeting. Okay, so that's passed.
Just a question so we're deferring the whole report, including the issue on Niska Road, to the next time, or just the Aberfoyle School part?
Oh, I was just thinking just the Aberfoyle School part.
Okay. Well, I would like to ask questions then on the proposed changes to Niska Road.
Okay, go.
Thank you. I noticed that it only got one mention in the report, at Aberfoyle School and Niska Road, and that was the last I heard of it. So I looked at the schedules to try and figure out what was changing, and it seems like all that's changing is that, from what I understand, there's already no parking signs on Niska Road, but we didn't put them there, suggesting that the city of Guelph might have. And all we're doing is sort of trying to make it our own, adding that to our bylaw. So I don't have an issue per se with having no parking on both sides of Niska Road, but I would like to explore the possibility of having it the entire length on the south side of Niska Road, and just from the snowplow turnaround on the north side to Whitelaw, because I know over the years people have utilized that snowplow turnaround, particularly in the summertime. I don't know how we'd manage that in the wintertime, but instead of having it all the way to the bridge on the north side, starting it from the snowplow turnaround to Whitelaw would at least facilitate a lot of the activity that takes place there. And even when we sign it, we're still going to get parking. So I figured if we could get a few spots there, I just want to hear from maybe Public Works if that's workable or not, because I think over the years lots of people have used that spot.
We can note those questions and make sure that we have an answer when this comes back the following meeting. Would that be acceptable?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so
Yep.
much, Mr.
That's what we'll
Schwindig.
do.
Did you need a changed resolution, Councillor Bailey? Yeah, question.
Well, I just, on that note, if we are deferring this, could we also reach out to the school board or figure out the issue of access to that gate back at Old Brock Road?
Sure. Yep, we'll make sure we do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Are we good? Do we need any new resolution? Because we're going to defer the NISCA as well.
Nope.
Hearing none? Nope. Okay, so that's passed as deferral. Now I've scrolled too many times. Parking. Parking. So now we're emergency management, none.
Oh, I think.
Oh, what did I miss?
didn't interject.
Oh,
We had the
sorry.
addition from this morning.
That's, am I missing 941? Is that the
Yeah.
one? Sorry. Too many scribbles on my paper. All right. So who's going to be speaking to this?
I'll speak to this. So this has to do with the Nestle request that we received last week. The report was provided as an addition to the agenda today, and apologize for the short notice, but I will quickly explain this to you. As outlined in the report that we received late Wednesday, a request from Nestle to facilitate the transfer of a site plan agreement as part of a purchase. As you know, Nestle's in the process of a purchase or a sale of their water business to another corporation. We were asked to sign a document that essentially transfers the responsibilities and obligations of that site plan agreement to a new purchaser. Obviously, we wanted to have legal review of that to make sure it's appropriate. Is this, you know, like what's all associated with this? So we've been spending considerable amount of time going through and finding out the current status of the agreement in that. And the advice that we've received through our solicitor is that there appears to be a few items that are outstanding. You know, we're having troubles finding them within the records that we have available, but that kind of predates the time when our records were electronic. So given the urgent request of Nestle's request to do this, they wanted the agreement signed by this Friday. So this is the only meeting that we have to do. We didn't get a whole lot of time to go through this. So what we're basically saying is, due to the time constraint, the site plan agreement identifies a number of documents and issues that you're supposed to provide to the municipality. Please give us copies of those to verify that all the requirements of that site plan agreement were complied with. And once we do that, then once they do that, then our solicitor's suggestion is that we sign the agreement or sign over the agreement at that time. But that we wait till we get all the assurances that were in that agreement before we make the signature. So just to put people at ease and to assure council that this doesn't change any of the obligations or requirements or what's to be on site or how it's to be used or anything like that. It's simply transferring the ownership and responsibility or not the ownership, but the responsibility and obligations of that site plan agreement from Nestle to the purchaser. Everything remains the same. It's just a different entity is responsible for it then. So basically, what if council approves the resolution, we will send a list to Nestle saying, provide us with your records that show these things here were addressed and these documents were provided to us. And once we're assured that we have those and we have copies of those documents, then we'd be in a position to sign the document.
Okay. Councillor Bailey. Michael.
I'm just looking, the site plan agreement was from 2008. Is there a need or opportunity to look at updating the agreement?
Not through this process. No, you wouldn't be able to do that. No, sorry.
Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Ballmer.
Thank you. I have no concerns. Typically, these things contain, these agreements initially would have contained all of the appropriate heirs and successors clauses. So even if we miss anything, I expect that they're still legally binding on the heir or successor being the new owner of the facility. So I appreciate the hard work you staff have put in to date to try and get everything tidied up, but I think we should be all right either way. Thank you.
Councilor Gordon.
I'm just, although I don't have any inherent concerns about what is being sought here, I am struggling with the optics of this appearing its head on our agenda 15 minutes before a council meeting. I'm not confident that that is being transparent. And I don't entirely understand why there's such an urgency. I don't know. I guess maybe perhaps I don't understand the process here, but I would prefer that this be added to an agenda with proper notice, and that the confirmation and assurances that we're seeking are in hand before we agree to sign anything. But maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. I'm not sure. It makes me uneasy.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Spools.
Are there any requirements they had to comply with that are significant in nature?
It's going to be the standard things that you see in a site plan agreement in terms of engineering reports to ensure that that their engineer signs off that as designed, things were built as designed, so that the financial assurances were addressed appropriately, development charges and all those types of things. So potentially, yes, there could be some financial things, but that's why we're saying that they need to provide those verifications. It's typically items that would be associated with the development and construction of a facility. There's nothing in there that's typically out of the typical ordinary things that are in a site plan agreement. It's mostly dealing with the construction and development of the property.
Okay.
And all the documentation.
It's got nothing to do with the operations.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Chair, I mean, they have to recognize that Nestle's owned that since about 2004, and this would have been to facilitate the warehouse expansion and possibly the expansion of the operations or change to operations there. There was some renovations there done around that time. So this doesn't go all the way back to when they bought the property in the first place.
Correct. Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Councilor Spools.
Yes, I like to put in a clause in the recommendations that if there are any issues that a special council meeting be arranged to discuss this in more detail.
Okay, can you a seconder for that?
I'll second that, and I'd like to add to it if I could.
Sure.
Councilor Spoulos is good at building a lot of these things, and I think there's other agreements as well between Nestle and the township that perhaps deserve a once over, and if necessary, a council meeting, and maybe we could just include those in terms of the special council meeting. There's the well protection agreement, plus I think there were some monitoring wells that were construction on township property, and I can't recall if they were exclusively with the University of Guelph or also with Nestle's regarding monitoring, access, and decommissioning of those wells. So if we wanted to be thorough, we should maybe look at all the agreements between Nestle and the township before things change hand, to make sure that the appropriate heirs and successors clauses are there, and that the actual successor is aware of their commitments.
Mr. CAO, that's okay?
We could, sure, but that's going to take some additional time, so we can make Nestle aware of that. To Councillor Goyda's question, in terms of the timing, I can assure you that the mayor and I both expressed our significant displeasure with them in the timing that we received it and the time that they asked us to have the information signed off and in return to them, that they are quite aware that timing was not appropriate, and something like this generally takes time so that we can do the due process and open transparency, all that kind of thing.
So Glenn, if we take Councillor Ballmer's recommendation, I guess their request would be essentially denied and it would have to be postponed. Is that correct?
You could do it that way, or you could say that an added condition is that, because I think the wording now says that we'll provide signatures once they provide all the necessary documentation to us. And then you could add the condition as well that it will also happen once all other existing agreements are reviewed as well. So you could just add that as a clause to that.
Who's going to review them, the lawyer or staff?
We'll get our lawyer to review them.
Okay.
They should pay the bill.
They are paying the legal review bill for sure.
Good, good.
We asked them that when they put the pressure on us. We said, well, anyways, so they agreed. Okay, if you're happy with that condition, have the lawyer review the other agreements. Anything further? All right, so can we read the resolution so we know what we're getting ourselves into? What is that, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, sorry, just one moment. I'm just trying to capture the revisions to it.
What about John's motion for a special council meeting, or do we need a motion for that? That's just a, standard course of business.
I thought that was all part of your kind of addendum. It was John's with your little caveat on the end of it.
Okay, doke.
Oh, so you want to vote on that addendum?
Oh, no, I just didn't. It sounded like it was going to be a separate to just what the CAO is recommending, that just sort of adding on what Councillor Spoulos was suggesting in my add-on to the initial resolution. I thought Councillor Spoulos was proposing a separate resolution from the one to do with the development agreement.
How did you see it, Councillor Spoulos, as an addition? That's how I interpreted it when you said it.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Sorry,
maybe I
Fox.
can just read you the draft of what I have, and then you can see if I'm on the right track.
Sure.
That report ADM 2021-022 regarding the Nestle requested transfer site plan agreement be received, and that the mayor be authorized to sign the consent to the assignment of the site plan agreement dated May 7th, 2008. Once outstanding items are addressed or secured through means which are acceptable to the municipality, including a review of all other agreements applicable to the property, and if necessary, a special council meeting be scheduled to address any outstanding items or concerns that may arise.
John moved that. Who seconded it? I'm looking at Councillor Bailey. No?
Oh, sorry, I thought.
Do we have a seconder already?
I thought Councillor Bomer did.
Or do we have a seconder already?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Questions? Everybody comfortable with that? Councillor Bailey?
No, no, I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Bulmer?
In favor. Thank you.
Okay. You in favor too, Councillor Bailey? We'll save you one time
Yes.
going around.
Yep.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
All right. Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
All right, that's carried. Now we have one more report, I believe, report building 2021-001. Is Andrew here for that, or who's going to?
Unfortunately, no, Andrew wasn't able to be here. He's out on inspections. Maybe Mary could speak to it.
Yes, definitely. So this is just a quarterly report to council as it relates to the fourth quarter of 2020. Just some of our regular reporting. I'm good to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Hey, Councillor Bailey?
No, I don't have any questions. I don't think Andrew was here anyway, so.
All right, Councillor Bulmer?
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Goida?
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Spoulos?
I'm good.
All right, I'll just I made this comment to Glenn and Courtney yesterday. If you look at the number of permits issued, in the pandemic year, we were able to issue more permits than we did during a normal year, the year before, is the way I read it. So great work by staff, to keep pushing going and keep the growth going, keep the economy going. So thank you. We have a resolution for that, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, that report building dash 2021-001 with respect to the building department quarterly update, October to December 2020 be received for information.
Okay, mover, please.
Sure, I'll move
Councillor
it.
Bailey, seconded by Councillor Spillis. All in favor, Councillor Bailey,
In favor of it.
Councillor
In
Palmer,
favor.
Councillor Goida,
Favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
All right, so I believe that's it for reports. Emergency management, none. Roads and Parks Department, none. Recreation Department, none. Correspondence. Is that where we're at?
I guess so.
Yes.
Let me scroll down here. All right. This is the GWS and the Roselle Pit. So do we have a resolution for that to get it on the table?
Yes, that council receive correspondence item 10.1 regarding the review of 2020 ecological and aquatic monitoring report for the Roselle Pit prepared by GWS.
You're gonna move it for that so we can discuss it? Anyone? Somebody?
Sure.
Councillor Bailey, and then second by Councillor Spillis. All right, questions, Councillor Bailey?
No, I don't think so. Not for this one.
Okay, Councillor Balmer?
Nope, no questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Goida?
No questions.
Councillor Spillis?
Yes, this report reviews a report that's we reviewed, that's in our folders. It's the actual report, monitoring report for combined ecological and aquatic. What I find disconcerting is on page 17 of that report, there was some disturbance done in a creek by the property owner. And I don't know if that was approved by the GRCA or was not. And that seems to be affecting the movement of trout into the area. There's photographs taken of that change to the creek as well. So I think we know that something was done wrong. I think we should be notifying the GRCA. And I would be willing to move the motion that the GRCA be notified of this occurrence and take any necessary action there too.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Can I get a seconder for that, please? Okay. All right, discussion. Councillor Bailey?
No, I did also notice that, and it concerned me as well. So I support that that idea.
Okay. Councillor Balmer?
It wasn't clear. I don't think this was related to the aggregate. This wasn't changes to the creek that occurred on the property that is a subject of the report. It was on a neighboring property, was it not? It just happened to be noticed as part of the monitoring?
Correct.
I'm hesitant, if this had been something that had been related to the operator and it was done, we knew it was related to this is an incidental finding. I believe the GRCA circulated these reports. I understand what you're trying to achieve, but it makes me a little uncomfortable that I'm snitching on a neighbor in terms of we noticed this. I think I'll leave my comments at that. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that approach. If it had been done by the aggregate operator on the site, then I think it'd be perfectly within our purview to deal with it under the zoning and license provisions here and our due diligence to oversee the operations. So, but thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Okay, Councillor Goida?
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement with what Councillor Balmer has just said. I'm more comfortable with it that way.
Not dealing with it? I thought Councillor Balmer was basically saying because it was a private residence that it would just turn a blind eye essentially.
Yes, and I agree with that.
Okay.
Not turn a blind eye, but the GRCA who receives these reports as well can deal with it as they see fit.
Okay.
I'd like to comment, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, go ahead.
I'm concerned that there's something, if this is illegal and we, to Councillor Bulmer's point, cast a blind eye to it, we could be held in complicit in this. And I really don't want us as a township to be involved with some environmental issue that we knowingly was undertaken.
I get you don't want to tell on your neighbor, but cold water streams and cold water fish are under extreme pressures from fishing, habitat loss, and we have a productive stream. I don't think you should be, turning or ignoring when somebody's altering the habitat of, species that are already struggling to just exist. So I would be supportive of it if this goes. So I'll call a vote, just because if it doesn't go, then it doesn't go. All in favor, Councillor Bailey?
I am in favor.
Okay, Councillor Balmer? I'm pretty sure you said not in favor, but you were muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, thank you. I'm not in favor of that.
Okay, Councillor Goyda?
Not in favor.
Okay, and Councillor Spillis?
In favor.
And I'm in favor as well. Maybe it's fine. GRCA can go investigate and it might be fine. Okay. Oh shoot, now I changed screen. And the next one is the Dufferin one, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can I get a mover for that so we can discuss it?
I'll move.
Okay, thank you. Seconder?
I will.
Councillor Bailey. All right. Any discussion? Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, and I read this, feels like a month ago, so I can't remember to reference what page, but I've written a note down that if a permit to take water is not required, what monitoring or data is not being, can't read my writing. What data is not being received that we should be concerned about. So sorry, I can't point you to where that is.
221, I believe, is the start of the report. We don't have Stan here today, do we?
No, okay, well,
Staff
then
can look
it's
into
not
it.
a big, yeah, I can talk to Stan then.
Councillor Balmer?
Yes, thank you. This is the Honidle pit on Victoria Road, and I got to say we've got so many years of monitoring of this, and I'm glad the chloride issue was identified again, because that's the one piece that is being monitored that has been slowly going up over the years. And I remember asking a question about the chloride levels in the past, and the hope was that, as the new chloride regimes and restrictions come in, as we change application technologies, they'd start to decline. But there was an understanding that there would be a lag time because of all the salting that went on for decades. So it's still rising, and I'm glad that Mr. Denholt has continued to keep an eye on that piece, and I'm hoping we'll see those start to decline in response to changing road salting technologies. So, thanks.
Councillor Goyda?
She's got a conflict.
Oh, she's a conflict on that one. Sorry, Councillor Spillis.
Yes, our consultant has raised two questions, and I think they are worthy of asking the operator of the gravel pit. So I'd like to make a motion that we forward this Stan's letter to Dufferin Aggregates and ask them for a response and CC the province.
Seconder, please.
I second that.
Okay, all in favor, Councillor Bailey? That I figured that resolution was coming in and it would answer some of your concerns. Or Councillor Bailey?
Sorry, could you repeat? We're forwarding it on to.
We're basically, the motion is to forward the letter to the operator and ask for a response to Mr. Denhoag's questions, and also copy in the province on our request.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
I'll support
Councillor
that.
Balmer?
Yep.
In favor.
Okay, and Councillor Spillis?
In favor.
I'm in favor, so that's carried. Is there another resolution to receive that report that we have to pass? Or just that one there, we'll cover it?
For both items, I have receiving the reports included in the resolutions.
Okay, Can you read them, please? Or are we done? Sorry, I'm confused.
I think we voted on the first one and I have to receive that. And then likewise for the second one that was just passed, it is to receive it as well and then to forward the correspondence on to Dufferin Aggregates and copy the province.
Excellent. All right. Council reports, mayor's updates. I had a fun little thing I did last week. I had a Zoom meeting with the grade 1 class at Aberfoyle Public School. And I spent almost an hour with them. It's like I remember a meeting that a certain counselor came to, and it was almost like an all candidates night with only one candidate. This was before I was a mayor, and I was on the hot seat. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. I tried to bring it to their level so they could understand it, and I look forward to more invitations to speak to any grade in Aberfoyle School. So that's it for me right now. Council. Any updates from council? Nothing. Oh, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I was just, I haven't seen it in print yet, but I have received notice that I don't think I've mentioned this, that the Puslinch Library will have 2 conservation Halton passes available to be signed out. So I haven't seen it advertised yet on the library page, but anyway, it's there.
Anyone else? Councillor Goyda back? Anybody tell her she could come back? There she is.
Sorry, I'm here. I'm here.
Didn't want to go on without you.
I have nothing.
Okay, nothing. Okay. I believe I'll have a resolution for that, I guess, Ms. White-Fox.
The council receives the mayor's updates and the council members' reports for information.
All right, mover, please. Councillor Spills, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All in favor? Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Councillor Spills.
In favor.
And that's carried. Bylaws, Ms. White-Fox.
That the following bylaws be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2021-021 being a bylaw to amend the Township of Puslinch zoning bylaw 023-18 as amended. Diodoro Enterprises Inc. and amending zoning bylaw. Bylaw 2021-022 being a bylaw to amend the Township of Puslinch zoning bylaw 023-18 as amended. Cox Construction Holding provision. Bylaw 2021-023 being a bylaw to appoint Grant Schwartzen Truber as a building official for the Corporation of the Township of Puslinch. And bylaw 2021-024 being a bylaw to control, license, register, and regulate dogs and kennels within the Township of Puslinch and to repeal bylaws 08-99 and 0533.
All right, can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Balmer, seconded by Councillor Goyda. All in favor? Councillor Bailey.
In favor?
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
All right, that's carried. I believe we are going to go into the closed session now. Thank you to everyone that attended today.
Thank you.
Oh, there he is.
Courtney.
That council shall go into closed session under section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of adoption and receipt of the minutes of the previous closed meeting, March 3rd, 2020 closed meeting, confidential report from Kevin Thompson, SV Law regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, the LPAT appeal PL 200639, confidential report from Lynn Banks, Development and Legislative Coordinator regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, small road, and confidential report from Courtney Hoyfox, Municipal Clerk, regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, 2021 Volunteer of the Year nominations.
Okay, mover for that, please.
Move.
Councillor Goida, seconded by Councillor Spillis. All in favor? Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
That's carried. All right, you'll read that resolution, Ms. Whitefox?
Yes, the council moves into open session at 3:28 p.m.
Okay, you gonna mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Bulmer. All in favor? Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
All right, that's carried. You have no one, Ms. Whitefox?
Yes, that council receives the adoption and receipt of the minutes of the previous closed meeting, March 3rd, 2020 closed meeting. Confidential report from Kevin Thompson, SV Law, regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. LPAT Appeal PL 200639. Confidential report from Lynn Banks, Development and Legislative Coordinator, regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, small road. Confidential report from Courtney Hoyfox, Municipal Clerk, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, the 2021 Volunteer of the Year nominations, and that staff proceed as directed.
Awesome. Can I get a mover, please?
Move.
Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All in favor? Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
That's carried. I believe that's it for you, right, Ms. Whitefox?
For the closed session, yes, yep.
Okay. Business arising from the closed session. Anything? Nope. Notice of motion? Anyone? New business? Announcements? Nothing right now? Okay, confirmatory bylaw. Ms. Whitefox.
That the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2021-026, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the Township of Puslinch at its meeting held on the 24th day of March 2021.
Can I get a mover, please?
Move.
Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Goida. All in favor? Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
Councillor Bulmer,
Favor.
and Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
Good, carried. And adjournment, please.
The council hereby adjourns at 3:30 p.m.
And mover,
I move.
please. Councillor Bulmer, seconder, Councillor Bailey. All in favor? Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
And that's done. Hey, Matthew, oh, it's still recording.
Good work, team.